request everyone to please take their seats. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start this beautiful morning with the words of Albert Einstein. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So, greetings to the Honorable Chancellor Shri P.K. Gupta ji in absentia, Vice Chancellor Professor Sibaram Khara ji in absentia because of some urgent meeting, they are not here. Dean Research Professor Bhuvnesh Kumar, Guest of Honor Professor Amar K. Mohanty, Chief Guest Professor Ahmed Abdullah, Dean SSBSR Professor S.K. Banerjee, Organizing Chair and Emeritus Professor Professor N.B. Singh, Head Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry, and Convener of the conference Dr. Anupam Agarwal, esteemed guests, HODs, Deans, HODs of various departments, senior professors, faculty members, and dear participants. I, Dr. Richa Tomar, Assistant Professor, School of Basic Sciences and Research, take the pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference on Cutting Edge Science for Sustainable Development 2024. The light of knowledge is the greatest light of all, as it illuminates the path to understanding and wisdom. Today we light the lamp in front of Ma Sharda, the goddess of knowledge, to bless us with wisdom and radiance. I would like to request the dignitaries to please come forward to light the lamp. Please, sir. Mohanty sir, Abdullah sir, Professor N.B. Singh, Joshi sir, Ashok sir, please. Mohit Sani sir, P.K. Singh sir, please join. Madam Mrs. Mohanty, please join. Manjushri ma'am, please. Sir, I request Dean Academics Professor R.C. Singh, sir. Professor R.C. Singh, sir, please. Now I request Honorable Dean Research, Professor Bhuvnesh Kumar, Dean SSBSR, Professor Banerjee, Guest of Honor, Professor Amar K. Mohanty, Chief Guest, Professor Ahmed Abdullah, and Convener of the conference, Dr. Anupam Agarwal, come over the stage and take their seats. Please, sir. And ma'am. Please, ma'am, please have seat. Thank you. It is our esteemed privilege to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Professor Ahmed Abdullah, and our revered guest of honor, Professor Amar Kumar Mohanty, to the inaugural ceremony of ICC SSD 2024. Now I request Professor Bhuvnesh Kumar to please welcome Professor Mohanty by presenting the shawl and memento. Comfortable, that's okay. Now I request sir to please welcome Professor Abdullah by presenting shawl and memento. We can have a huge round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have your attention. We have our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, with us, Professor Parmanand. We welcome you, sir. I request you to come on stage, sir, please. Now, I request Professor Parmanand to please welcome Mrs. Mohanty, Professor Manjushri Mishra, by presenting the bouquet and shawl. Please, sir. Please, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Professor N.B. Singh sir to please welcome Professor S.K. Srivastava. We can have a huge round of applause, please. It's a beautiful morning. We are starting a beautiful conference. I request Sir, Professor R.C. Singh Sir to welcome Dr. V.K. Tripathi, VCA Healthcare. Thank you, sir. So as we embark on this intellectual odyssey, I request the dignitaries to unveil the abstract book of ICC SSD 2024, a testament to the innovative spirit and academic excellence that this conference embodies. Please do the honor. We can have a huge round of applause here. Now I request Professor Geeta Durga to please welcome Professor Tokir Ahmed by presenting the bouquet. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Anupam Agarwal to please welcome Professor R.N. Sharan. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now, it is my distinct honor to invite the visionary leader behind today's conference, Dr. Anupam Agarwal, Head Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry, to take the stage and officially inaugurate this conference, making the beginning of the day filled with discovery, innovation, and collaboration. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Agarwal to share her insights. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Richa. Respected Professor Parmanand, Pro-Vice Chancellor of Sharda University, Chief Guest of the function, Professor Ahmed Abdallah from Hamad Khalifa University, Doha, Qatar, Guest of Honor, Professor Amar K. Mohanty, University of Guelph, Ontario, Canada, Professor Shyamal Kumar Banerjee, Dean of Sharda School of Basic Sciences and Research, Professor N.B. Singh, sir, Professor Emeritus, Sharda University, Professor Manju Sri Mishra, University of Guelph, Ontario, Canada, Professor Madhumita Ray, who has joined us online, University of Western Ontario, Canada, Professor S.K. Srivastava, ex-Vice Chancellor, NEHU, esteemed colleagues, invited speakers, participants, a very good morning to all of you. I, Dr. Anupam Agarwal, Head Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry, welcome you all to this inaugural function on International Conference on Cutting Edge Science for Sustainable Development. It is a privilege to host the international conference, an event that unites some of the brightest minds from across the globe. This conference reflects our shared commitment to advance knowledge and fostering innovation for sustainable future. Over the next 2 days, we will involve into thought-provoking sessions on a wide array of themes, including green chemistry, sustainable materials, sustainable energy, system biology, waste management, environmental remediation, and much more. This discussion will definitely inspire new ideas, spark meaningful collaborations, and guide us towards action actionable solution for sustainable future. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our chief guest, guest of honor, distinguished speakers, session chairs, and presenters for sharing their valuable insight and expertise. Our Sharda family members, sponsors, and volunteers, those who unwavering support and tireless effort have made this conference possible. I am extremely thankful to management of Sharda University, particularly Shri P.K. Gupta ji, Honorable Chancellor, and Pro-Chancellor Shri Y.K. Gupta ji for their support. I am also grateful to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sivaram Khara, for his encouragement and support. At the end, I thank each and everyone for their support. I wish you all an inspiring and productive conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enthusiastic words. We thank you for such a warm and gracious welcome. As we embark on this journey of knowledge sharing and discovery, I would like to invite the Dean, Sharda School of Basic Sciences and Research, Professor S.K. Banerjee, to set the tone of the conference. Please join me in welcoming Sir.
Suprabhat, good morning everyone. Chief guest, Professor Ahmad A. Abala, Hamid bin Khalifa University, Doha, Qatar. Guest of honor, Professor Amar K. Mohanty, University of Gulf, Ontario, Canada. Professor Manjusri Mishra, University of Gulf, Ontario, Canada. Dr. Lal Hengorani Farmanja and Professor Martin F. Desimon, University of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Professor Madhumita B. Ray, she will join online, Professor of Chemical and Biochemical Engineering, University of Western Ontario, Canada. Professor Taqir Ahmed, Department of Chemistry, Jamia Millia, New Delhi. Professor Saurav Raghuvangshi, Department of Plant Molecular Biology, University of Delhi South Campus. Professor R.N. Sharan, Inter-University Accelerator Center, New Delhi. Professor P. Venkatasu, University of Delhi. Dr. Bipul Sarkar, Senior Scientist, Catalytic Depolymerization Area, Upstream Wax Rheology Division, CSIR, Indian Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun, and Professor S.K. Srivastava, AIMS, New Delhi. Sri P.K. Gupta ji, Honorable Chancellor, Sharda University, and Professor Y.K. Gupta, Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Sharda University. Professor Shivaram Khara, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sharda University, and Professor Padmanand, Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor, Sharda University. They have been constant source of encouragement and support to organize such conference. Scientific advisors of this conference, Professor Bhuvnesh Kumar, Dean Research, Sharda University, Professor N.B. Singh, Professor R.C. Kohart, Professor R.C. Singh, Professor Binay Kumar Barma, and the convener of the conference, Dr. Anupam Agrawal, deans of various schools in Sharda University, organizing team members, distinguished SODs, and faculty members, and all the participants. I welcome you all to this international conference of cutting-edge science for sustainable development, organized by the Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry, Sharda School of Basic Sciences and Research, Sharda University, from 20th December to 21st December. The world today is both market-driven and knowledge-driven. Thus, the quadrangle of pure and basic knowledge, applied knowledge, intellectual property right, and product development becomes an indispensable part of the student's life cycle. To impart these skills to the students, the faculty must have their own expertise, areas refurbished, renovated, upgraded, and more focused towards such goals. This is an area of huge importance for the Sharda School of Basic Sciences and Research. The conference is likely to create newer connections and hence further possibilities of collaborations. It needs to be understood that the new mantra to prosper for the Atmanirbhar Bharat of today and tomorrow, it is going to be the triple C, the collaboration, cooperation, and co-creation. To make the maximum gain out of such efforts for a sustainable tomorrow, we also need to learn how best we can reuse, renovate, and recycle our natural resources. This will be possible only when we create a unique platform for the faculty members and research scholars to upgrade with innovative techniques and acquire more knowledge in the recent emerging trends in the field of basic sciences. India has been doing remarkably well in the past 10 years in the field of science and technology. It is among the top It is among the top 10 countries in research publications, and GII, that is Global Innovation Index, that is the annual ranking of the countries based on their innovation capabilities and performance. It is ranked as 39. This is an improvement from 2023 when India ranked 40th. India also ranked first among the 30th lower middle income economies and the 10 economies in Central and Southern Asia. The GII tracks technological progress and adoption across a range of fields, including supercomputing, connectivity, health, sanitation, and green technologies. The GII ranks science and technology clusters which are areas with a high density of innovators and scientific authors. The Global Innovation Tracker shows that investments in science and innovation have been resilient even during economic downturns. Science and technology will play a vital role in India's vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047, which is to create a seamless ecosystem for innovation, technology, and science. Vision of Viksit Bharat can only be achieved by increasing R&D investments, especially in high-tech fields like AI, biotechnology, and 5G. Establishing innovation hubs to link academia with industries, expanding research fellowship and grants to encourage indigenous research, strengthening the framework for transferring technology from academic institutions to industries. To conclude, it is only through developments in science and technology, the innovation that country will be among the top scientific powers of the world, leading to Viksit Bharat 2047. It would not be an out of place to introduce Sharda School of Basic Sciences and Research and its various departments, where each one is completely dedicated towards teaching, learning, and specialized and advanced multidisciplinary research. I feel privileged to head one of the Sharda University's most promising school with the illustrious faculties whose students and faculty members have gone on to make countless positive contributions to academia, industry, healthcare, and government. SSBSR is an alluring medley of rudimentary sciences of chemistry, mathematics, physics, botany, and zoology, and their applied branches like biochemistry, biotechnology, data science, and analytics, environmental sciences, food science and technology, material science, molecular biology, microbiology, nanotechnology, etc. Provides an ideal platform with opportunities to create new knowledge. Our community of researchers, student, faculty, and staff engaged in cutting-edge, world-class scientific inquiry, from unlocking the mysteries of dark matter to understanding why salamanders glow in the dark. Our approach to scientific study in all the areas of the basic science is collaborative, experiential, and multidisciplinary. We believe that finding answers to real-world problems require teamwork, hands-on discovery, and multiple perspectives. As a result, our students acquire a range of skills appropriate for a wide array of career discoveries, from fundamental curiosity-based research forms the foundation of scientific understanding. Through this discovery, we gain the knowledge and understanding to begin to solve the challenges facing us on a local, national, and even global scale. I am sure our students and worthy faculty members will take the advantage of unlimited opportunities and take greater initiatives and make SSBSR and Sharda University a formidable center of excellence in fundamental and mission-oriented basic and applied research aimed at human welfare, economic growth with environmental sustainability. There are many deliberations, sharing of knowledge and exchange of views related to the topic would take place in next 2 days of the conference. I wish Dr. Anupam Agarwal, convener of this conference, and the entire organizing team for this conference to be a great success. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for these wonderful insights. Now, elevating the event and inspiring the attendees with his presence, an outstanding scientist and former director DRDO, currently holding the position as Dean Research, Sharda University, Professor Bhuvnesh Kumar. I request, sir, to please address the gathering. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Richa, for inviting me. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dignitaries on the dais, the chief guest of today's inaugural function, Professor Ahmed from Doha, Qatar. Guest of honor, Professor Mohanty, NRI, Canada. Mrs. Misra, Dean SBSR, senior professors, teachers, participants, dear students, a very good morning and hearty welcome for this very important conference, and the topic which is the most befitting in today's scenario, the cutting edge science for sustainable development. I must congratulate the organizers not for choosing this kind of topic, but for setting the tone how to go for cutting edge science first, then research, then development of something which really serves the society and solves the very complex problem of the nation and global. So hearty congratulations, the organizers, especially the Dean SBSR who is sitting on the dais, the head and other colleagues, those who are involved, including the students. Now coming this cutting edge science, so very many we are thinking, there was era, I remember when we used to develop mega projects, very many places we used to write cutting edge technologies, and this was the trend. Everywhere you will find cutting edge technology, cutting edge technologies. Okay. Now cutting edge technology can be done when we have got a strong base of cutting edge science and then cutting edge research. So now this cutting edge science, which the topic denotes, advances the research and innovations to solve very many problems of the society and then serve the nation and the global, especially the mankind. So many things we are dealing with. In Sharda University, we have taken up so many initiatives. We are going for interdisciplinary research, going for multidisciplinary research, and recently we have gone for transdisciplinary also. We are crossing the bridge. That also we have taken. And very many new initiatives to keep pace with the national missions like semicon, like quantum, automation, biomedical devices, so many things. Now we are taking up in the sense that we can provide some solutions, befitting solutions. Everybody is working. Not many people they are working, but the time today is that befitting solutions which solve the problem of a common man. That's the requirement. And here this word, cutting edge science, and then coming to sustainable development. Now if we see sustainable development, our definition of Indian origin, sustainability starts from the indigenous development. Whatever indigenous, whatever we have done ourselves, and we apply those things, it will automatically become sustainable. And if we see UN Sustainable Goal, which everybody now talks, 17 goals, start from poverty to global partnership, 17. First is poverty. Now in this sustainable, there are 5 P. Poverty, peace, prosperity, and protection of what I see, 5th P, protection of environment. Yes. So 5 P's are there. If we can solve these 5 P, perhaps we can go for sustainable development. Now here, because we are dealing with chemistry and biochemistry, particularly, so 2 sustainable development UN goals. One is the potable water, and the 7th is the climate change. And both of these things, why doing this cutting edge science? Now you see one example. Now sustainability, we see here, the best definition would be to establish a trade-off between the economic growth and environment protection. Once there is growth, if we go to the history, we are disturbing the environment, that is but natural. What kind of science and research and technology we develop, and what kind of roadmap we establish, so that we can establish a trade-off between these 2 things, development and environment protection, because in environment we have to live. All creatures, including the plants, we have to live. If we want to sustain our life, we have to protect the environment. Now coming to the water, potability, and the climate change, huge subject, but I think this platform where lot many senior colleagues are there today, they will leave tomorrow also. So why not to discuss some of the cutting edge problems, to apply cutting edge research, science, in order to find out some solutions. So in that connection, let us start networking and make teams so that we can join hands. Now persons have come from Canada, there are persons from JMI, persons from other places. Professor Srivastava is there, ex-Vice Chancellor of NEHU, who has got long experience of working in Northeast. So we should establish our connections and then networking so that we can work on the problems which are very much required to provide their solutions. So I must congratulate to the organizers to giving me this opportunity to interact with you. But I will say that this is the platform where we can take jump, and jump can be taken only when we can make good teams. So thank you very much. Once again, I welcome you to this very important seminar at Sharda University. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enthusiastic words, and we truly appreciate your commitment for research and collaborations. It is now my privilege to invite our esteemed Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor to address this distinguished gathering. A visionary leader and a driving force behind our institution's growth, sir has been instrumental in fostering excellence in academics, research, and community engagement. Please join me in welcoming sir to share his thoughts and inspire us with his words of wisdom. Please, sir.
Very good morning to all of you, and thank you, Dr. Richa,
The delegates and experts on the dais, chief guests, guest of honors, dean, directors, professors, faculties, researchers, and dear students. As mentioned, the topic cutting edge sciences for sustainable development really suitable for the days. The sciences we are talking about, which is having no boundaries today. The Sharda University being the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, intradisciplinary, transdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, has to work together, because if we look at the development of any kind of sensor, especially if you're talking about the biosensor, the expertise from the chemistry is required. If you are talking about any kind of drug development, the expertise from the chemistry as well, of course it is required from other experts, but the expertise from the chemistry is required. Wherever if you look at the personalized drug discovery or the personalized, especially the medicine for individuals, it requires the multidisciplinary expertise from different quarters. It may require the AI for analyzing the huge historical data of the patient, and the medicine experts for identifying the quantity of the contents of different compositions. In fact, while designing the composition of any of the drugs, the analytics on the patient's historical data will be enormous and can be beneficial. Today, almost all the regulatory bodies are talking about the sustainable goal. Of course, being an educational institute, because we are hugely contributing on the sustainable development goal, which is for education. But through the education, we are contributing for all many remaining 16 sustainable development goal. Today, when I was reading the newspaper, in the morning there was a news where the Supreme Court of India has directed to ban all the crackers for the whole year, not to have a cracker neither in the New Year nor in the Christmas Day. Of course, it was for the Deepavali earlier too. The question is, can we design the crackers which are completely green without having any kind of pollution? That's a big question. Of course, the green crackers are being developed, but even then, the efficiency of those crackers is not efficient as it is to be expected today. The shelf life of any of the food items of fruits, vegetables can be increased by identifying and discovering some kind of chemicals
with the help of those chemicals, the shelf life of those items can be increased. I'm hopeful that within these days of conference, 2 days of the conference, the delegates and experts, researchers are going to deliberate on different topics which are burning in nature. And they will take away and work on those ideas which are going to come up in this conference. With this, I like to thank the organizing members, Dean of School of Basic Science and Research, Head, Department of Computer Science, and the faculties, and the volunteers who is involved in organizing such a marvelous and excellent conference. I know that the organizing a conference is not an easy task. It requires work, the huge work before the conference and also after the conference too. Thank you for inviting me, for sharing my thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are deeply grateful for your inspiring words and for being a shining example of leadership and motivation to the community. Thank you so much. So as we are about to start the talks, for the comfort of dignitaries, I request them to take their seats in the front row. Please. I request Mohanty sir to please stay here, sir. I'll introduce and you can start your talk, sir. So it is our esteemed honor to introduce the illustrious Dr. Amar K. Mohanty, a globally renowned luminary in the realm of sustainable materials. As a distinguished professor and research excellence chair at the University of Guelph, Ontario, Canada, Dr. Mohanty spearheads the Bioproducts Discovery and Development Center with visionary leadership. A prolific scholar and editor, Dr. Mohanty has earned fellowship from the Royal Society of Canada, American Institute of Chemical Engineers, Society of Plastic Engineers, Royal Society of Chemistry, and Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers. With a citation index of more than 62,000 and an H index of 116, Dr. Mohanty stands among the world's most cited researchers. His groundbreaking contributions had been recognized with the prestigious awards, including the MR Medal, the J.L. White Innovation Award, Andrew Chase Forest Products Division Award, Synergy Award for Innovation, and Lifetime Achievement Award. Dr. Mohanty's pioneering research focuses on sustainable composites, circular economy, environmental sustainability, and AI-assisted innovative solutions for a greener future. Gracing the conference among us is present one such discoverer, one such innovator who has been transforming through the lens of science challenges into opportunities for sustainable growth, the guest of honor, Professor Amar K. Mohanty. I invite sir for his lecture with a huge round of applause. Please, sir.
this one, not this is old.
Is there any sound here or not?
It's zero now.
So I have to go from here, am I right? So good morning to all of you here, and also my all respects to all the dignitaries, and welcome to all the students here. And I am deeply honored and privileged to present here today and give a presentation on the subject I have been working since long. Just to make you sure, I am fundamentally an Indian, and I had left India since last 30 years. And I have served in India for about 10 years. Then I went to Germany. There I stayed 2 years. Then I was a professor in the United States and stayed there for 10 years. And since last 18 years, I am working as a professor again in Canada. So I have served in 4 different countries, and I am working on these sustainable materials. And another important thing I want to let you know, fundamentally I am a chemist. Fundamentally I did my master's in chemistry degree and PhD in polymer chemistry, and then all my research diverted to me chemical engineer. Now I am a faculty in chemical engineering. So let me come to the subject today. I will be talking today on sustainable biomaterials for a circular bioeconomy in mitigating the climate change. So I must congratulate to the organizer of Sharda University to make a conference. It's a very timely conference, and I will be talking mostly on materials, and mostly my talk will reside on the various waste, how to valorize those and make out of those materials. So before I go to my subject matter, let me tell from where I am. I am from Guelph. It is a city in Ontario in Canada. And for just to let you know, if you see this map, I am here, Guelph and Kitchener and Toronto and Hamilton. There are all 4 universities. They are within 1 hour distance. And before coming to Canada, I was serving as a professor at the Michigan State University. You can see this in the Detroit. So it is 4 hours from there. And in my place versus Buffalo, there's a Newark. So that is the place where I am from. So regarding the University of Guelph, we have about 30,000 students. And the strategic themes and areas of our university research are agriculture, food, environment, and the bioeconomy. This university is ranked #1 in Canada for agri-food and veterinary science. Founding colleges date back to more than 150 years. And physical, engineering, life sciences, business, arts, and social sciences are other areas of our activities at the university. And University of Guelph is ranked #1 as the Canada's most inventive university. What I mean by inventive university, Guelph University has made a lot of discoveries and innovation. That means taking the research to real world application. And this is Canada's second top Canadian research university. So this is all about my university. And what I'm going to talk today, strategies on our work on sustainable bio-based materials for a circular economy. What I'm going to talk today is basically plastic-based materials, and there are a lot of waste. #1 waste is your biomass waste, and another waste is food waste, and another one is plastic waste. So those waste are being created. We use one economy that's called linear economy. Linear economy means take, use, and throw. That is called cradle to grave economy. That type of linear economy is not sustainable. Due to population growth and urbanization, the resource needs are going up. So in 2050, we'll be needing about 16 times more resources that we have. As for example, in this house, we have a specific room and we have a specific number of people. But imagine if the world has this much of space and our population growth will go out, we need more resources. So we cannot consider anything as waste. How to take waste and utilize as a resource for the next industry, that is the strategy of circular economy that I will be talking today. So you know bio-based materials, non-biodegradable, recyclable, and there is another type of bio-based material that is called biodegradable and compostable. In my whole talk, I will talk how waste-free world we can obtain by a circular economy approach. And what do we do in our center? Circular economy driven R&D. And as I have given something in the right up there, nothing is waste. You cannot consider anything as waste. Waste is a resource for a new industry. That is what the main theme of my presentation will be. Innovation in bioproducts or mitigating climate change, that is how the world is moving on. So we create novel bio-based materials that I will talk. Low carbon footprint. What is the meaning of low carbon footprint? Currently we are going to petroleum-based economy. That's called a old carbon. And now we are going to a new carbon. That new carbon are coming from either from renewable resources or from your waste resources. So reduce greenhouse gas emission. And again, whatever research on sustainability are being done, that is going through a circular economy unlike linear economy. If you look to this view graph, I have given two types of materials I'll be talking today. Number one, bio-based, non-biodegradable, which are recyclable, durable. So these are some of the automotive parts, how we created those automotive parts from waste residues and waste plastic, that I will give you some examples. Again, these are some containers as well as flower pots. There are few examples. They are bio-based but non-biodegradable. Another area is bio-based and biodegradable. As for example, single-use straw, coffee pot, and all single-use plastic alternatives we make in another way. Whether it's a bio-based biodegradable or bio-based non-biodegradable, our resources are all waste, whether agro residues, forestry waste, food industry waste. So those are type of way the world is moving in creating innovation. That I will be talking today. As everybody know, and you heard from some of our dignitaries also talked about, climate change is one of the most promising global issues driven by increasing level of greenhouse gas such as carbon dioxide and methane. Plastic waste is a global pollution problem that appears daily in the news headlines. So I will be mostly focused on plastic waste and agro waste and how we can make innovation out of that. So greenhouse gas concentration is the highest level in 2 million years now. It's a serious issue. So climate change, biodiversity loss, plastic pollution, deforestation, air pollution, health in peril, water scarcity. So those are the critical issues. It's quite serious. And this year's International Earth Day theme was planet versus plastic. You know that air pollution is determined by index that is called air quality index, AQI. As you know, what is the air quality index today in New York is 25. Air quality index of the city where I stay, it is 2. But air quality index today in New Delhi is 415. You can well imagine what type of air pollution is happening. And Delhi is one of the most polluted city in the world. So that means we must take care of our health, and there are various ways how you can reduce this greenhouse gas emission. In my opinion, the greenhouse gas emission is a slow poison. We used to COVID-19. It took away a lot of health. Came and people realized. But this greenhouse gas emission and air pollution, water pollution, all those happening and is taking away human life. So it is a serious subject now. And if you look to the petroleum refinery, so we talk all the things you have seen, fossil fuel economy is coming from where? From the coal, oil, and gas. And the fundamental of economy is carbon. So 12 billion tons per year carbon we are consuming for every year. And that carbon is coming from gas, coming from oil, coming from the oil, coal and oil and gas. As a result, global carbon dioxide emission is highest level in the history in 2021. So currently we are going through a hydrocarbon chemistry that is called CH4. But we are looking to the bioeconomy that is called CHO chemistry. CH4 chemistry, we are transitioning to a carbohydrate chemistry. Okay, that is how the world is moving to reduce this greenhouse gas emission. I'll give you a very simple example. I'll be talking about plastic pollution. Global greenhouse gas emission is creating global warming only for contribution of the plastics I am talking you. In 2019, the plastic pollution creates 0.86 gigaton of greenhouse gas emission, which is equivalent to the pollution created by 189 coal plants. And this is 2030, but 2050, we are going to increase this annual emission of greenhouse to 2.8 gigaton, which is equivalent to 615 coal plants emission. You can well imagine how we are moving by this plastic pollution. So global emission need to decrease by 50% by 2030, reaching net zero by 2050 in order to stay within 1.5 degrees C. Otherwise, our health will be impoverished, and there will be a lot of problems will happen in the world. In that way, whole world is looking to zero emission by 2050. So I will talk one thing about the plastic waste. Any plastic that is going to the waste, they are not going anywhere. They are still in the earth. Till now, we have created 9 billion tons of plastic waste, which is still in the air. There is nothing going anywhere. If you consider 9 billion population, that means each person have created about 1 ton of plastic waste by now. So all the plastic waste, that is only 9% recycled, 12% incinerated, and 79% is landfill. That's create greenhouse gas. Over 90% of the plastic that pollutes our planet is made of single-use plastic. What do you mean by single-use plastic? Plastic bag, plastic bottle, cutlery, and all those type of single-use plastic. Their shelf life is few seconds to within 1 week to 2 weeks. So microplastic, everybody know what is microplastic. Any plastic that has your length in the less than 5 mm, it creates a huge health crisis. On average, humans ingesting up to 5 grams of microplastic per week, that is equivalent to weight of the credit card. And very recently we found human brain, 0.5% of the human brain is now consist of microplastic. This is a very dangerous situation. Most plastic pollution comes from inadequate collection and disposal of larger plastic debris known as microplastics. So we must take the help of sustainable development. That's the goal of this conference today. So what is the sustainable development? Meet the present needs. What we need now, we want to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. We have to go to a new chemistry, new era, without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their needs. Whatever we do today in the name of sustainability, it must not affect our children and children's children for decades to come. So sustainable development is fundamentally three-corner approach. Number one, it should be economically feasible, environmentally sustainable, and societally acceptable. Once all those three coincide, then only we can get a sustainable. But truly remember, sustainable is not a specific terminology, it's a relative terminology. We cannot achieve all those three right away. So how good we are from the current bad, so we have to go through a roadmap. That is how we can reach at the complete sustainability. So that is what the whole world of sustainability is moving on. So from linear economy, we must go to adopt the circular economy. As I already told, circular economy is cradle to cradle, unlike cradle to grave. What is the cradle to grave? Cradle means take bath and then after use go to the landfill or grave. Cradle to grave. Cradle to cradle means take bath, rebath, reuse. That's called cradle to cradle terminology. So that is called circular economy. So key principle of waste-free world is reuse, repair, manufacture and upgrade. The circular economy is a closed loop industries, waste into feedstock that will help in creating new jobs, greenhouse gas reduction and new economic logic. So circular economy to circular bioeconomy. What do you mean by circular bioeconomy? Once you use biological resources and make your next generation of materials, we call it a reduced carbon economy. The concept of bioeconomy is referred to as revolution in getting industrial product of commercial value from renewable resource. These bioproducts are of three types: biochemicals like lactic acid, succinic acid, propanediol, etc. Then bioenergy, bioethanol, biodiesel, and etc. And bioproducts is biomaterials. I'll be focusing on these: biocomposites, biorubber, paints, and all those. So those are the way these bioproducts is moving on for sustainable developments. Another thing I want to let you know, this is the petroleum consumption. Out of all petroleum, 70% of the petroleum is being used for transportation fuel. How much economy it creates? $385 billion. Only 4% go for materials, plastic, rubber, chemicals. How much economy it creates? $375 billion. So you can know these chemicals, plastics are very much highly create a lot of wealth. That does not mean that we cannot create, because we need petroleum to ride our car, etc. So what I want to tell, these materials play a vital role in our economy. And another thing I want to let you know, we have enough biomass, only 3.5% biomass is used now. So we have enough biomass, take the help of those biomass and create a new bioeconomy. That's the world moving on. So for example, the plastics, as I told, plastics is now growing from the various plants. Lot of bioplastics are being developed from the plants, and also a lot of biodegradable plastic is being made from the plants. So what do you mean by sustainable polymers? So once we are working in this polymer area or plastic area, when I was young and I was doing my research on sustainability or sustainable polymers or sustainable plastic, that time I was defining sustainable polymers, sustainable plastic are only obtained from renewable or biological resources. That is no more true. Now, sustainable polymers or sustainable materials can be obtained from bioresources, can be obtained from the carbon dioxide, even the waste resources, and that is what you have to create sustainable materials from feedstock from bio or waste or carbon dioxide. Then you supply to the green manufacturing. Then after that you got materials for various applications with a plastic bottle or car part or so many. And then you collect and sorting. Again, end of life of those materials must be there. If you are creating a recyclable materials, you should have recycling facilities. If you are creating a biodegradable plastic, you must have a organic or composting facilities. That is how the world can attain full sustainability. Then another important thing, I just want to tell what is composites. You know, all plastics, everybody know. Composites means you take the plastic and a filler, like a fiber or the fabrics like that. You mix a polymer or plastics. This is a various plastics. I'm not going to talk more about that. That is a thermoplastic, thermoset plastic, biodegradable plastic. Now I have added here, polymer matrix is a combination of virgin plastic as well as waste plastic, because we cannot throw any plastic anyway. So we take this plastic and combine with the virgin plastic, So that will help in reducing the virgin plastic, or in another way, you can reduce the petroleum consumption. Then once that is one, then another part of the composite, you take the various fillers. Earlier we were doing lot of natural fiber. Now people are taking lot of wheat straw, corn straw, miscanthus, and carpet or carbon fiber, waste carbon fiber, and even from baggage, grape, pomace, and so on. So combination of virgin plastic, waste plastic, with fillers, virgin filler and agro residues and other waste filler that combine up and give a composite, and that composite can get applications in automotives, building, aeronautics, and packaging uses. So I'll give you a few examples. First, I want to show you innovation. You know that coffee is a very commodity. Everybody loves coffee. And in North America, in various parts of the world, people are trying to make a single serve coffee. So that means in the young age, we're taking Nescafe in a packet and we are using that again and again. But now that people want single serve coffee because taste of each coffee is different. So what happened? Coffee is the second most traded commodity globally. In North America, 12 billion single serve coffee pods used in 2018, which can circle the earth 13 times. None of the coffee pods is recycled. All are going to the landfill. You can well imagine how much coffee capsules we made and how much greenhouse gas emission this creates. So when in our lab, in my lab, in my center, one company, and another things I want to, 39,000 of coffee capsules produced every minute in the world that all go to landfill. So now, you know, biodegradable, company intended to make a biodegradable coffee pod because that will be composted into carbon dioxide water. So now the biggest concern, biodegradable plastic are costly than petroleum plastic. So then what we were given a challenge, can you make a biodegradable coffee pod, but it will be cost competitive like petroleum-based coffee pod. So what we did, you know, coffee, any coffee bean, they are exported from South America, from any place to the coffee industry, and they take out the skin of the coffee before making the real coffee. So those skin is utilized as a waste. And every coffee industry pay money to dispose of those waste. What we did, we take this coffee shaft, skin of the coffee, mixed with the biodegradable plastic and make a composite part. This is called coffee shaft-based biodegradable, and this is polylactic acid. So we replaced this one with a biodegradable coffee pod. This is a usual traditional coffee pod made from polypropylene and PET, polyethylene terephthalate. We developed that from biodegradable plastic and waste from food industry. And nobody wants to pay more for a bio-based materials or green product. It must be cost competitive. It became cost competitive because you take the help of circular economy, take the waste, incorporate in the virgin biodegradable plastic and make something. So that is how it went to the market. And here is another example I can tell you. So, you know, polystyrene, we use a lot of ketchup type of things or meat tray and compostable food service tray. So these are polystyrene was being used, but we developed a biodegradable composite materials by taking a biodegradable plastic and filler materials and develop those type of products which is a very cost competitive, and they are also, sorry, I just want to, you can see this is a commercial facility where we create thermoformed biocomposite. In Canada, people were using, this is called gold coin package. This is a nanostructured plastic we developed and make some coin packaging with the biodegradable alternative, and this is cosmetic packaging, which also developed from biodegradable plastic. So this is where some industry facilities going on. And another example that I want to give a circular economy. See, one of the university well compostable composite technology in action. If you see this video, it is not going on. Can anybody help this? So what I suggest here, if somebody can help to see the video in between, you can see we developed some compostable cutlery, and compostable, initially all the cutlery are made from polypropylene or polystyrene. Polystyrene is going to be banned in many places because styrene is carcinogenic. But we developed that from the biodegradable plastic mixed with some agro residues as well as food waste residues, and that was cost. So this is one example where compostable fertilizers were developed with the help of this our circular economy concept. I just want to give you an example. 30 billion subsidy per year is used in North America, and this creates about 100 billion greenhouse gas globally. So if all 30 billion subsidies made with the universally biodegradable formulation, so we can save about 180,000 tons of carbon dioxide production. So let's go to the next one. This is one example of how circular economy helps to develop some sustainable material. So this is another example which was developed in our university. This is basically these are the bell wrap. Bell wrap generally used in the agricultural field. So this is one example of some of the biodegradable, and the last part of my presentation will be mostly on upcycling of waste plastic that non-biodegradable that can go for consumer products. So upcycling of plastic, what is the meaning of upcycling? Upcycling means once you use the waste plastic and find more value-added application. So recycled plastic plus biomass, food industry residues. So that is another way we create some new materials, so sustainable materials for green manufacturing. I want to tell one thing, 1/3 of the food is wasted for each year, which is about 1.3 billion tons. That means for every year we are throwing about $750 billion. And not only that, that food waste creates about 8% of the global greenhouse gas emission. So we also tap those food waste and create some new sustainable material. I will give you a very simple example that all happened in the University of Wales. So what we did? Recycled plastic, that means it was going to the landfill. We took those waste plastic and used agri residues, whether it is a rice straw or wheat straw. In Canada, we use wheat straw. So what we did, we take the waste plastic and mixed with wheat straw and make a composite materials. And so we recycle PP, miscanthus fiber. We use some compatibilizer to have a good adhesion between those waste plastics and fiber and develop some commercial product. So it is used now in United States, Oregon and Laos, and this is also used throughout Canada. So earlier it was done with only polypropylene, but now it is waste plastic for agro residues. The cost became neutral, but it is a bio-based sustainable materials. Then that went to the market. What I want to tell, nobody is going to use sustainable materials, it will be costly. So I think this part will be very interesting for people from India to understand what is black is the new green. I will just give you a few examples, then I will give you a few examples. You know that these are the plants. What happens with the passage of time, these plants go to the landfill and then it becomes an oxy soil. And it was found that after some days or some months after, this soil become more fertile because it contains some carbon materials here, okay? And this is called terra petra. The black soil now to the 21st century world of carbon sequestration. This was published in 1966 and published also in 2006 in Nature. This black soil, that was a biochar. The technique for using charcoal to improve the fertility of soil, that was fundamentally the biochar was used to improve the fertility of the soil in the Amazon basin, at least 7,000 years old. What is new now? I will tell you here, straw and agro residues are burning, even in India. Even in the Delhi, we are creating a lot of greenhouse gas, not only for agro residues burning or for petroleum. What I want to tell you here, what is the remedy for those? Combine ancient terra preta technology with the advanced biorefinery and get the benefit to the environment, energy, and economic security. I will tell you how those concepts is being globally used now for making sustainable materials and how we can save our world. Can store up to 9.5 billion tons of carbon a year. As I told, carbon is the fundamental of our economy, okay? Whether it's a hydrocarbon chemistry or carbohydrate chemistry. And this agro residues burning, they are creating lot of carbon. If you properly utilize that, it will be more than emitted by all today's fossil fuel use worldwide. So those biomass creating pollution and creating lot of problems. But if you can tap those carbon, unlike going to the atmosphere, combine ancient terra preta technology with the advanced biorefinery, how we can sell environment, energy, economy, I will give you a few examples here. So there is a terminological pyrolysis. What is pyrolysis? Heating the waste biomass in absence of oxygen, okay? So that is called pyrolysis. So whether it is energy crops or wheat straw in Delhi or nearby or any industrial products. So heat those in absence of oxygen, then you will get three products, biocarbon and bio-oil and the gas. So what happened after pyrolysis, this carbon can be utilized as a filler materials for plastic to make composite materials. I'll give you an example how this technology was adopted by Ford Motor Company to make the car parts. So initially I did a lot of research on natural fiber composites, but there are some issues in thermal stability of the natural fiber, aesthetic, smell and odor, and if you make a pyrolytic carbon, heat the biomass or waste to various temperature, 400, 800, then you can get various type of carbon. Even you can discover graphene. I will give you a few examples here. So we use lots of biomass, waste biomass or municipality solid waste. If you heat that in absence of oxygen in 350 or lower, that is called torrefied biomass. If you pyrolyze that higher temperature, you can get the carbon. So what we did, biocarbon economy for 2050 net zero emission. So world is looking to zero emission by 2050. So in my opinion, are many researchers, this biocarbon technology can help to make composite materials. We can make automotive parts. I will give a bright example how that is feasible. It's not a story. Then it's a carbon dioxide capture for environmental aspect, dye adsorption, metal removal. And another is water purification that is also being hugely used now. And batteries, you can make graphene type of materials from those biocarbon, and you can also make sensors. Because of your pioneering work, I was invited by the Nature to write an article on this biocarbon technology. This is 7,000 years technology. So University Guelph was #1 in the world to name biocarbon. It was initially known as biochar, and biochar was used to use as a fertility. But that is not very value addition. So we made some composite materials, we made some automotive parts. In the next slide I will show you. And this can go for water purification, that can go for carbon dioxide absorption. So that was published in Nature and in 2024. And one thing before I give you the example, I will tell electric vehicles. World is moving now from gasoline vehicle to electric vehicles. 2035, all the vehicles are going to be EV. Phase out of gasoline vehicle will be take place around 2035. Global electric vehicle market will reach about $1 trillion business. So what is the problem of electric vehicle? If you see, this is the electric vehicle, and this is the internal combustion of gasoline vehicle. Whether it is Ford or from Pune or Versa, all electric vehicles are heavier than their gasoline-fed vehicle, about 1,000 pounds heavier. So that increases the crashing. Lot of human life is going away because of heavy weight of the electric vehicles. So again, because of the heavy weight of the electric vehicles, the tire is getting a lot of microplastics. So risk factors increase weight of electric vehicles 1,000 pounds heavier over the gasoline counterpart, significantly increases crash impact and fatality risk. Wear and tear of tire create microplastic. Fatality risk increases 40 to 50%. Although specific EV parts require 100% fireproof battery pack, each plastic EV parts will need a reduced or zero flammability. So with that context, I will show you lighter and heavier electric vehicles should have zero emission, zero crash. So that is the need of the day. So the world needs to stop emitting greenhouse gas from vehicles and power. So make electric vehicles lighter. So biocarbon is coming to a rescue now. I'll show you, we take a lot of agro residue, including chicken feather, coffee sap, and we make carbon, and we mix carbon with recycled plastic, and extrude an injection mold, make a pallet, and make a car part. One example I am showing. So University Guelph's biocarbon patented technology commercialized by Ford in 2019. What we did here, headlamp housing. Every car have a headlamp housing. So that means your lighted is being stored in a package. That package was initially made from petroleum-based plastic and talc or glass fiber film. What we did here, we take the recycled plastic and filled with the carbon materials obtained from waste mess and develop some headlamp housing in partnership with Ford, a compounding industry, and an injection molding company. According to the Ford, the resulting components from University of Guelph technology is 20% lighter and requires up to 25% less energy during the molding process. So it is no more a story. Everybody can make the sustainability. That is the theme of today's conference. So we made some sustainable materials which is cost competitive and already going to the marketplace, which is feasible. And also carpet. You know, all the carpet that we are using, They are a combination of two plastics, nylon and polypropylene. We took those recycled, we took some recycled carpet. This is the carpet, and we converted to the recycled nylon. Then we put natural fiber or waste biomass, made carbon. Then from recycled carbon fiber, we mix everything and develop some transmission auto parts for automotive parts in the Ford Motor Company. So I'm not going to talk more details, but it's 20% lighter, and all the properties in green is better than traditional transmission dust in the automotives. And you know what is this? Burlap. Everybody use burlap. And after the use, that burlap is being going to landfill. So we took those burlap and carbonized this and developed a lot of graphene or graphite type materials. One example that this is a commercial graphite, but we make a biographite which conductivity is 250% more. This is another example, and we did some graphene type of materials. There are some nano layers which is developed from the waste burlap. And last part in all these accidents that happen creating a lot of fire. So we developed some. So you can see in this particular video, in this particular case, we developed some parts and we use some waste oil like restaurant oil and developed some flame retardant and carbon. We combined those and developed some non-flame retardant polyurethane. So these are the lot of examples that where we took the biocarbon as a filler materials, a lot of automotive parts, not only automotive parts, also K-COP and also blown film that was made with the waste-based carbon materials. And as anybody know, AI is the boom, and there is no better year than 2024, where both physics and chemistry Nobel Prize go to AI-based technology. So, in sustainable materials, AI is going to play a vital role for innovation. What is innovation? Take the research and go for societal applications. That is called definition of innovation. So why AI is important for sustainable materials? Because of the complexity of the sustainable materials. Sustainable materials is the combination of recycled materials, waste and renewable materials, and their combination. So to detect those waste, we need AI. Sustainable materials are the wave of the future. We have to take the machine learning, so that will predict the properties, so generative models. So challenges of limitations of the sustainable materials require us to take the help of AI to make the next generation of innovation. So this is my last slide. What I want to tell you, economy has to rely on climate change. So that is the outcome of 2018 Economic Nobel Prize. Integrating innovation with climate change is the bottom line of our development. So integrating innovation and climate with economic growth. What those two Nobel laureates talk, innovation and progress for low carbon economy. We have to go from old carbon to new carbon tax to the damagers. So it transition to a low carbon economy requires circularity. We must go from the current linear economy to the circular economy, take the help of the waste and consider waste of one industry as a raw material of next industry to get the sustainable move of our society. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. I must thank all my researchers who worked very hard, and this is my love, and thank you Professor Anupam Agarwal and organizing committee for kind invitation. Thank you very much for patience hearing.
Thank you so much, sir, for this very insightful and wonderful lecture. And I, on behalf of everyone, extend the heartfelt appreciations for providing this so insightful lecture. And I believe that from the audience, many of the researchers will contribute towards generating the bioeconomy. A very fantastic lecture, sir. Thank you so much. And now I request Dean SSBSR, Professor S.K. Banerjee, to present memento as a token of gratitude and appreciation to Professor Mohanty. Please, sir.
I already got something. So this only happens in India. That's why I love to go to the
Sir, Atithi Devo Bhava. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. मुझे क्या पता सर मैं लगवाती हूँ माउस चल रहा है वो चल रहा है वहाँ पे आपके यहाँ पे कहाँ है मुझे नहीं पता दीजिए सर मैं लगवा देती हूँ एस्केप दिस हाँ हाइड कर दो 2 मिनट में एक तरफ लैपटॉप रख दो तो मैं इंटरव्यू का सेट करता
Which one is the flash?
We are taking a minute. We request your patience, please.
Trying to confuse me. This one. Just no, this one. Yes. Can you put the pointer? Where the pointer is? Where's the pointer? Open कर दो, copy कर लो.
Slide change you can add it and the back side can add it.
Close this one. Close it. What do you want? It's already open. Sure. It's already opened, right? This one. Just wait. Yeah, let's do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to introduce an exceptional individual whose contributions to the field of chemical engineering, material science, and nanotechnology have left an indelible mark on both academy and industry. That is Professor Ahmed Abdallah. Professor Abdallah is a distinguished chemical engineering professor and program chair at the College of Science and Engineering, Hamad bin Khalifa University. He holds a PhD in chemical engineering and fiber and polymer science from North Carolina State University, and his groundbreaking research focuses on development of advanced materials for energy and environment applications. From polymer nanocomposites to functionalized graphene, anti-corrosion coatings, and polymeric membranes for gas separation and water treatment, Dr. Abdullah's innovative work spans a wide spectrum of critical challenges. With an impressive 125 peer-reviewed journal articles, an H-index of 50, over 20,500 citations, and 9 US patents to his name, Dr. Abdullah's academic and professional achievements are truly remarkable. His contributions have earned him numerous prestigious accolades, including the 2023 Texas A&M University Faculty Excellence Award, the 2019 Distinguished Research Award from ISCAS, 2016 Qatar Excellence Innovation Award from Thomson Reuters, and the coveted Science Lantern Faculty Award in 2013 and 14 from the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. Dr. Abdullah's work exemplifies the spirit of innovation, pushing the boundaries of science to address global energy and environmental challenges. Please join me calling upon Sir for his talk. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. Just before I start, again, I would like to thank the organizers, Dean Kumar, Dean Banerjee, the Dr. Agrawal, the department head, for inviting me, Bro Vice Chancellor Nand, and also my friend Professor Singh for this invitation, and for the hospitality that, as Dr. Mohanty said, you can only find in India, you cannot find elsewhere. So today, actually, I'm going to talk, I'm in chemical engineering, my research is in materials, and this conference, actually, it's very timely, as was said before. I'm going to give an example where you really need a cutting-edge science to solve problems that we all face, basically, and require solution. So I'm going to talk today about air cooling. I'm not working in air cooling, but I'm going to tell you why, actually, we need to pay attention to air cooling. We're looking at waste as a very significant problem to sustainability, etc. There are other problems also need attention. So if you look at the World Economic Forum has looked at the top most threats, basically, globally, in the short term, in the next 2 years, and also in the long term, in the next 10 years. And among these, the extreme weather events basically rank at top as second and first, basically. And we all witness basically what happened with the weather. We have seen weather that we didn't witness before. And because of this extreme weather environment, part of it is actually we have been seeing in areas like in Europe, temperature has reached 40 degrees. Areas in Germany, France never used air conditioning. Now they have to use air conditioning. So air cooling basically became a very significant problem. And air cooling is quite important because it's actually the way to cope with the global environment, global warming. You have to use air cooling. But also it actually creates a lot of problems that lead to global warming. So we need to cool buildings to cope with global warming. Cooling consume a lot of energy, emit a lot of CO2, and also use fluorinated hydrocarbon, which has a more significant impact on global warming. Temperature goes up, you need more cooling. So unless you actually break this cycle, this goes into what we call in chemical engineering a breakthrough reaction that basically ends with fire, basically. And the expectation is by 2050, 1,000 new cities will experience temperatures above 35, which requires basically air cooling. And the number of air conditioning by 2050 will reach 5.6 billion AC units, basically globally. And it's going to be the second largest source for consumption of energy, basically. And the AC electricity by 2050 would be equal to the power demand of the US, Europe, and Japan. The current power demand of US, Europe, and Japan, that would be only required for ACs by 2050, basically. So let's look how basically air conditioning works. So the conventional way for air conditioning is basically a process based on mechanical vapor compression. So you use basically a refrigerant to cool basically the refrigerant to a very low temperature and use that to basically to cool the air. And these are the either central or split ACs that we see. So basically you have a refrigeration cycle. You use a refrigerant, fluorinated hydrocarbon, and you cool it, basically you compress it, and then you basically expand it to cause cooling, and then you do that. So that's why it's quite energy consumptive. If you look at how it's worked on a psychometric chart, so for those who are not familiar with the psychometric chart, this is a psychometric chart with of air. So to tell us basically the relation between the air temperature on the x-axis, the right-hand axis basically is the water content in kilogram per or gram per kilogram, and on the y-axis on the left side, this is the enthalpy, the heat content of the air, basically. So if you take ambient air, let's say in Qatar, in summer temperature goes to 40 degrees,
with maybe 50% humidity. In order to cool it, you cool it basically using the refrigeration cycle. And by cooling it, the humidity goes up until you reach, you have to cool it until it becomes saturated. And then you continue to cool it to reduce the humidity. So you need two functions basically. This is the water content is too high because of the high temperature. So you have to reduce the water content and you have to reduce the temperature. And the way it's done, you cool until water basically becomes saturated. You condense the water, you continuously cool it to maybe 10 degrees or less in order to remove the water basically to dehumidify. And then after that, you heat it or you mix it with hot air to the required temperature. Because you remove both sensible heat and latent heat, this makes the process really energy inefficient. So this has number of issues. The coefficient of performance, this is how measure how efficient it is. It's quite low, 3 to 5, and there is a lot of emission of CO2. In addition, of course, that used for refrigeration, fluorinated basically hydrocarbon, and that actually has the greenhouse emitters, and they're much more worse than CO2 and even methane on the environment. So they leak, they deplete the ozone layer, and that causes a lot of environment. That's why actually the world recently about more than 140 countries, they signed the Kigali Agreement that actually require to cut production of the hydrofluorocarbon by 80% over the next 30 years, and that would lead to actually reduction or avoid about 70 billion tons of CO2 equivalent by reducing. So we need to find the process basically that become more energy efficient and doesn't rely basically on refrigerant basically. So look at existing process, and one of the very energy efficient process is evaporative cooling. Probably you have seen it. So you take air, basically hot air, you humidify it, and when you humidify it, you basically evaporate the water, and the energy that to evaporate the water comes from the air, so you cool it basically, which is very efficient, and people use it elsewhere. The issue with this one is by humidifying air, it becomes too humid basically for comfort level, so you cannot use it unless you really have a dry. So if you look at, if you have dry air at 40 degrees and maybe 10–20% humidity, you can continuously cool it basically by evaporation, going basically in this line to maybe 22 degrees or so, but it becomes 100% saturated, so it's really not comfortable. If you are in 50% humidity and then you want to actually humidify completely, you go to 27. So it's efficient, but it works. We call it basically, this is used in area like in desert, etc., open area where you have really dry environment basically. So these two processes, they're not, the first one is not energy efficient, use refrigerant. The second one doesn't apply everywhere. It's energy efficient. But then there is a need for a sustainable solution. And there is a call basically for alternative or sustainable air cooling system. And this has been called by many agencies. And just recently, basically, from the World Economic Forum is asking basically what's sustainable cooling, how can we actually find the process to tackle the climate crisis. And they define basically sustainable cooling as it's still, we have to provide the comfort level. So we cannot say, okay, let's not use air cooling. So still have to use air cooling. But then we need a process that's energy efficient. So that's first requirement, to improve the energy efficiency. And the second is basically we have to eliminate the use of fluorohydrocarbons, basically, which is another energy efficient, energy crisis material. So the Department of Energy in the US looked at all potential processes basically that can be used as an alternative for the mechanical vapor compression cooling. And these are listed here, like absorption, dehumidification, evaporative cooling, etc. And they looked at both the application for cooling on the x-axis and for heating as well on the y-axis. How much saving you get in cooling. So when you go to the right, that means it would be very energy efficient in cooling. You go up, it would be very energy efficient in heating. So you're looking for cooling. The top two processes that was ranked basically, one is the thermoelastic material. So this is basically a solid state kind of process. Use shape memory alloys that you can actually, when they crystallize, basically they can cool. And the second is basically membrane-based dehumidification. And both they have a number of advantages. The thermoelastic material, it's a solid state, so quite energy efficient, but it's really very costly to make the material. Still the reliability, because you have to compress this material tens of thousands of times, basically, so it's still not tested on a large scale and still at a research stage. The second is the membrane-based. Membrane, of course, provides simplicity, give good air quality, and also reduce energy consumption. There are a number of pilots, but still not commercial. So let's look at the membrane-based air cooling, basically. So this seems most promising, and the one that's closest to go to commercialization, basically, among all the energy efficient. So it's a combination of the evaporative cooling that already exists, which is an energy efficient, but doesn't produce the quality that we need. So imagine that you have a warm air. You take the air, you cool it by evaporating water. So basically, you go through a cooling tower. So you make it very humid, becomes cold. But then the next step is basically you add a membrane that separates the water vapor from air. So you dry or dehumidify the air using membrane. And the dehumidification happens isothermally, so it becomes very energy efficient. So this has a coefficient of performance, which is how much heat you remove during the cooling divided by how much heat you add in terms of compression, or in this case, is a vacuum pump, basically. So the process is quite, the membrane step is quite simple. You get the air after you humidify it. So this would be humid, cold air. It goes through across a membrane, and the membrane should only allow water vapor to cross. So you have a vacuum pump on here, it's atmospheric, here it's a vacuum pump. You suck the water vapor through the membrane, and the air should not go through the membrane. And then because you only suck water vapor, the air will contain only 3% water. The amount of gas that you suck is very small. The energy efficiency becomes very high. So it's a combination, as I said, of evaporative cooling. So the first step is the same as the evaporative cooling. You take the air at 40 degrees, maybe 50% humidity. You humidify it to 95, 98%, depends on your process. And then you reduce the humidity isothermally using membrane to maybe 10% humidity, 20% humidity. And then you can rehumidify it again to the required level, maybe 40%, and then you reach the required temperature. So this would be a very energy efficient. And this is an example of a pilot plant. You have a evaporative cooling step, just a column. You have you spray water, basically, come from the top, air come from the bottom, leaves basically humid. And then you have the membrane set up. Then you have a vacuum pump, and between the vacuum pump and the membrane, you condense the water, and you take the water as liquid. And then you have another vacuum pump to basically suck the non-condensable gases, which is the air that leaks through the membrane. And the coefficient of performance could be quite high, depends on the membrane. So if we look at this, the process, so no need for refrigeration, because here we can condense the water at ambient condition, because the water that passes through the membrane will have maybe 50–60% water, and the rest is air, so it can easily be condensed. It's very energy efficient, and we can get also pure water by condensing the water from air as well, even though that's not the quite objective. The challenge is basically it needs membranes with a very high performance that almost doesn't exist. So the membrane has to have high permeance. That means the water vapor has to cross the membrane in a very high speed, and high selectivity. That means no air crosses the membrane, so only water vapor crosses the membrane. And then, of course, it has to be stable in a long term, basically, and cost effective, etc. So that's why currently there is no commercial system, because there is no membrane that meet all of these requirements, basically. So let's just, before we go to talk about the membrane, what type of membranes we can actually make to tackle this issue. For those who are not with a membrane background, so membrane is just a semi-permeable material. So imagine this sheet is a membrane, and here we have a mixture of gases. This is, in this case, would be the air, which has nitrogen, oxygen, and water vapor. And here, this is a high pressure side, low pressure side on the back of the membrane. And the membrane should only allow one of these species to cross. In this case, we want water to go through the membrane. The air should actually be rejected as a residue. So if you look at here, we have flow rates, composition, partial pressure of all the components at the inlet, at the feed, at the rate intake, at the permeate side. And if we look at the performance of the membrane, it's calculated by the flux how many moles of air can cross the membrane per unit time, per unit area. That's the flux. And the flux is the diffusion coefficient, for those who are a chemical engineering background, multiplied by the concentration gradient. Concentration difference of air in the feed side and the permeate side. And the concentration can be written in terms of solubility, multiplied by partial pressure. So this can give us the flux as diffusion coefficient, solubility, and those two combined, we call them basically permeability. So the permeability of air, of water vapor has to be high. L is the thickness of the membrane. This is the partial pressure of water in the feed of the sun. So in order to increase the flux, which means for a certain application, you need a small membrane area. You need to have a very high permeability, very low thickness of the membrane, and the partial pressure has to be basically, difference has to be high. That's one requirement. So the permeability has to be extremely high. The thickness has to be low. So the ratio of permeability to thickness, which is the permeance, has to be extremely high. So that's the first requirement, high permeance of water vapor. But that's not only the only requirement. You only need low permeance for air. So you need the permeance of air to be very low, or the ratio of the permeance of water to the air has to be very high. That's the selectivity. So two parameters now, permeance of water, selectivity of water versus air. So those are the two requirements for the membrane. So when we say this has to be high, we need to find out how high. So the first step, the issue of course is always for membranes, there is a trade-off. When you get high permeance, you get low selectivity. So we have to find basically an optimum. So if we look at for our requirements, so let's assume that we want to have an apartment and we need to cool it with the central AC. We need about 3-ton air cooling unit. And for that, we calculate how much is the membrane area as function of the water permeance. So you can see if you have low water permeance, you need a very high membrane area. You cannot really, the unit would be extremely high. If you increase the permeance of water, the unit size becomes small. And for us, a decent size would be a 10 square meter of membrane area, which require a permeance of about 7 to 10 minus 6 kilomole per meter square second. And that's in a commercial unit. This is about 15,000 gas permeance units. So that's the first requirement. We need a 15,000 GBU water vapor permeance. The second parameter is the selectivity on the x-axis here that can go from 10 to 10,000. And on the y-axis is how much is the energy consumption. Okay? So when you are at 100%, that means the membrane can only pass water. Doesn't pass, that's infinitely selective. No air can pass through. And then if you have lower selectivity, the consumption of energy will increase. So if you have selectivity of 10, water passes 10 times faster than air. Your power demand will be six times the demand if actually air doesn't pass. So if you go to 1,000, the demand will be only increased by 5%. So that's the second time. So we have 1,000 selectivity, 15,000 GBU. That's what we need. And let's see what exists already in the market. So the membranes, typically, because you need to pass only water, the membrane has to be hydrophilic. And you get the air, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen. Only basically, if this is an ideal membrane, water basically can dissolve into the membrane and pass through the membrane, so it will dissolve, diffuse into the membrane thickness, and then be solved from the other side. And there are different types of membrane. One is polymeric, and polymeric membrane is the most attractive for commercial applications. They can be made by freestanding or thin film composite. I'll tell you in a little bit how are the difference between these two. Could be also inorganic, like zeolite, MAF, metallic, or recently also graphene oxide, because it's very hydrophilic. Or it could be basically a mixed matrix, which are polymeric with some of the inorganic fillers. So I'll give you an example of the state-of-the-art membrane that exists in the last few years, basically. So in the zeolite membrane, this actually has a very good water permeance, above that what we need. Separation factor slightly lower than what we need. But the issue with the zeolite membrane, it's actually prepared over a nickel, a porous nickel. So you start with a porous nickel support, and then you grow zeolite on the surface, and you end with the membrane something like this. So you can only do this on a very small scale. It's of course metallic. The thickness of the support becomes an issue. So this is, you cannot really make something that will give you 1,000 square meter per meter cube of membrane, basically, backing, basically. If you look at the performance, These are the thickness of the zeolite layer, about 2 micron on top of the porous nickel support. And the performance, as I see here, this is the about 18,000 GPU, so very high permeance selectivity, about 300, which is lower than what we need. But the issue with this one is not actually selectivity, it's the cost. This is the nickel, porous nickel is actually thousands of dollars per square meter, and we cannot scale it up. So this is not a commercial solution. The second is actually graphene oxide membrane. Graphene oxide is very hydrophilic. We can actually cast it on top of a porous support. In this case, people cast it over alumina, porous alumina made by electrochemically etching of alumina. So this actually is again a high price support. But then you can cast graphene oxide on the surface, similar to the zeolite. You can have the layer of about 50 nanometer of graphene oxide on top of the alumina membrane. And then we can get actually to extremely high performance. So we can get to water vapor permeance about 25,000, selectivity about 1,000. So this meets the requirement, the technical requirement, but we can only produce it in a small scale. It's very costly. There's durability issue because when you cast the graphene oxide, it makes multi-layer and then it delaminates with time. And people start working to fix the problem of scalability. So we do printing process, roller-to-roll process, etc. And also by pillaring the sheets, we can also improve their stability. But currently, these are not scalable. The most common one is the polymeric membranes. And polymeric membranes, they have a number of advantages. They have good selectivity. It's easy to fabricate. They're, of course, low cost, lightweight, flexible. You get efficient backing. You can back them as a spiral wound or as a hollow fiber. You can get a really thousands of square meter per meter cube of volume. And there are a number of polymers that actually, you can see mostly they consist of two segments. One is flexible segment with an oxygen ether linkage, and one with aromatic. So you have something that give it flexibility and something give it flexibility so you can get actually good permeance. In general, they have good selectivity, extremely high selectivity, but the permeance is quite very low. So this is the dense freestanding. So you make a layer, maybe 25 micron sheet. That's too thick. That's why the performance is quite low in terms of permeance. Or you can actually have a porous membrane, and then you cast a very thin layer on top of that, typically like 200, 300 nanometer. Still, actually, we didn't get, nothing get close to 10,000 GPU. We need 15,000. So this exists, has a promise, but still far away. So this is summarize all the existing membranes. This is the permeance. This is the selectivity. You have things we need. This area, high permeance, high selectivity. There are only few, and all of them are supported in metal or alumina sheets. So they're non-flexible. We cannot use for commercial. So I had a project to fabricate basically membranes for this process. And project has basically a number of work packages. One is basically the membrane fabrication, testing, and doing as the scale-up and marketability analysis. So we had fabricated in this project. This was a 3-year project that ended a few months ago. We had fabricated actually a number of membranes. I'm just going to summarize them. So the first one is a MUF metal organic framework membrane with encapsulation of ionic liquid. This was in collaboration with Hycon Geong in Texas A&M and Felicitation. And the idea basically, we use a MUF that is known, zirconium-based MUF, functionalized with amine group that makes it hydrophilic, has good water vapor permeance, so we can fabricate it by growing basically the MUF on alumina support. So again, this is using alumina support, fabricate the MUF, and that actually gives very good performance. But then to improve the performance, we incorporated ionic liquid, and the novelty in this work is in how we actually incorporated the ionic liquid with the MUF. So we started with the monomers basically for the ionic liquid, and we encapsulated them into the MUF. And then after that, we carried basically the reaction, we prepared the ionic liquid. So now the ionic liquid are trapped into the pores of the MUF. So that's actually eliminate one of the main disadvantages of using ionic liquid. They leach out basically of the membrane. Now they cannot leach out. So we have made MUF-based membrane, ionic liquid entrapped into MUF membrane, and we can make them very hydrophilic, contact angle 35 for the MUF, contact angle 29 for the ionic liquid. So very hydrophilic. This should have excellent performance. So look at, this is the MAF on the alumina. This is the MAF interacting with the ionic. So we need about 2 micron thickness on a porous substrate. And then if you look at the performance in terms of permeance is extremely high, actually, order of magnitude higher than what we need. Selectivity is good, but the issue, we can only make it on a 1-inch membrane. When we try to make it on a larger membrane, you create defects, and defects basically reduce basically the performance, so you get the selectivity is destroyed. So this is we cannot commercialize, we cannot scale it up. The second type is graphene oxide, and here the objective is to make a continuous fabrication of graphene oxide membrane started by a continuous roll to roll, and actually you can cast continuously. Graphene oxide, you can see here the layer, and the performance was actually limited by the permeance on the support. So the issue was not actually the graphene oxide, was the support. And then we, to eliminate that, we fabricated our own. This was nylon support. We fabricated support through electrospinning, polystyrene, and by optimizing basically the support, and then cast basically graphene oxide on top of the electrospun polystyrene. We get actually a very high performance. Thank you. So the performance, actually, this is the commercial support. This is our electrospun support. And this is basically graphene oxide on top of the electrospun support. And this is a continuous process. And we can reach basically permeance of about 30,000, extremely high permeance, and selectivity above 1,000. So this actually meets all the requirements. 30,000 permeance, 1,200 selectivity. The last type of membrane is actually polymeric membrane. And first we started with polyimide, supported in alumina. To make it more hydrophilic, we hydrolyze it to polyimic. So you basically create channels, and you can improve hydrophilicity by time of treatment or concentration of the sodium hydroxide. We can get, because of the support, we can get a permeance of about 15,000, but the selectivity is quite low, so this didn't meet the requirement. The last type is with the thin film membrane. Now it's supported on a polymeric membrane as well. And because when we're looking at the performance of all the membrane, the performance is limited by the permeance of water into the support. So this is a polysulfone support, has a permeance of 3,000. All the membrane that you create on top of them, they cannot exceed 3,000. So the challenge was actually the support. So we actually modified the support by adding nanofillers. And we fabricated basically functionalized graphene, MXene, etc. And these are the different support layers. We can control their structure in terms of the surface structure, and we can improve the performance. We can go up to 22,000 GBU. So now we have 22,000. But that's non-selective. Then now you can make a membrane on top of that. We put BBACs, very thin layer on the top. We still can maintain 20,000 GBU. So we can meet 20,000 of a fully flexible membrane, and that's we filed the patent on that with a selectivity that is extremely high. So we did life cycle analysis for the entire process using the membrane. And the summary is as follows. In terms of capital cost for the membrane-based and the conventional one, it's slightly lower cost. So there are not much advantage, but it's not more costly than conventional. But the advantage is actually in energy, in annual cost, because it's energy consumption. You get about 60% lower cost, or 40% lower cost in terms of the analyzed cost compared to the conventional one. And if you look at the environmental impact, we get a reduction of the emission by about 60%. So this is 97% of the emission happens during the operation because of the energy consumption. And we get 62 reduction in energy, CO2 emission, and 99.7 reduction in refrigerant use. So this is the most important outcomes. And this is just the summary of the different membranes that we fabricated. And the one that we selected for commercialization is the mixed matrix membrane because it's flexible, on a flexible support. It meets the requirement. The process is commercial because we can scale it up very easily. We're working on the scaling up now. The other processes, even they made the technical requirement, but for scalability and commerciality, basically, they're not applicable. Basically, with that, I would thank the collaborators and thank you and the funding from QNRF. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, sir. I, on behalf of everyone, extends the heartfelt appreciation for your wonderful talk. Such a visionary and technical talk, and well justifying the word cutting edge in line with the theme of the conference. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to call upon Professor R.C. Singh, sir, to felicitate Professor Abdullah. Please, sir. It is a token of appreciation and gratitude from Sharda University. Thank you, sir. So now we are here to the end of the inaugural function, and that ending is incomplete without extending the words of gratitude. For the same, I would like to call upon Alexander von Humboldt Fellow and Emeritus Professor, Professor N.B. Singh, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Good morning to all of you. I am privileged to give vote of thanks at the end of inaugural function of International Conference on Cutting Edge Science for Sustainable Development. First and foremost, we extend our heartfelt thanks to Honorable Sri P.K. Gupta ji, the Chancellor of Sharda University, Honorable Sri Y.K. Gupta ji, Pro-Chancellor of Sharda University, and Dynamic Vice Chancellor Professor Shivaram Khara for their encouragement and all type of support. Our special thanks to Professor Parmanand ji, Pro Vice Chancellor of Sharda University, whose organizational oversight and invaluable contributions have enriched this conference significantly. We are profoundly honored by the presence of our chief guest, Professor Ahmad Abdullah from Hamad Khalifa University, Doha, Qatar. Sir, your keynote address was truly enlightening and will resonate with us as we move forward in our endeavors. We also extend our deepest appreciation to our guest of honor, Professor Amar Mohanty from the University of Guelph, Ontario, Canada, for sharing pondering insights which have greatly inspired all attendees. We are also grateful to Mrs. Mohanty for her participation. Contribution and leadership of Professor Bhunesh Kumar, Dean of Research and Development, and Professor Shyamal Kumar Banerjee, Dean of the Sharda School of Basic Sciences and Research, have been integral to success of this event. We thank you for your dedication and hard work. Our gratitude also goes to Professor S.K. Srivastav, former Vice Chancellor of NEHU Shillong, for his presence and valuable input. A warm thank to all our invited speakers, paper and poster presenters. We thank Dr. Anupam Agrawal, Head of the Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry, for her tireless efforts and outstanding contribution to this conference. To all the faculty members, both teaching and non-teaching staff, their dedication and teamwork have ensured the smooth execution of this event. We thank each one of you for your role in making the event a resounding success. We are deeply grateful to our sponsors whose generous support has made this event possible. Their commitment to advancing sustainable development is truly commendable. I thank a lot to Dr. Richa Tomar for her wonderful conduct of this event. Last but not the least, a heartfelt thank to everyone who supported this conference in any capacity, in any way. Together, we have created a platform for meaningful dialogue and innovation. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and continue striving for a sustainable future. Thank you all once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for extending the words of gratitude. Now we have tea, but before going for tea, we'll have the national anthem. So I request you all to stand up for national anthem. Thank you. And before going for the tea, I request everyone to please come forward for a group photograph. Please, sir. I request the dignitaries to come over the stage, please.
Yeah, okay.
Those who are sitting at back can come in front, please. Take the seats in the front rows. Come forward. The participants sitting at back, please come forward. As we transition into the next enriching segment of our event, it is the time to begin the session of invited talks. This platform brings together some of the most distinguished minds in the field whose insights and expertise promise to inspire, educate, and spark meaningful conversations. We have our first invited talk by Professor Taqir Ahmed, a distinguished academician and researcher in the field of nanoscience and material chemistry. Currently serving as professor at the Department of Chemistry, Jamia Millia Islamia University, Professor Ahmed is widely recognized for his pioneering work in nanostructured materials, energy storage systems, and environmental applications. Professor Ahmed has supervised 16 PhDs, 84 postgraduates, 10 projects, published 211 research papers, 1 patent and 3 books with research citation of 8,675, H index of 55, and I-10 index of 170. Professor Ahmed is active reviewer of 189 journals, delivered 198 invited talks, evaluated 67 external doctoral theses, and presented 135 conference papers. Professor Ahmed is the recipient of many awards and medals, naming a few: CRSI Bronze Medal, MRSI Medal, SMC Medal, ISCAS Medal, Inspired Teachers, President of India Award, DST-DFG Award, Distinguished Scientist Award, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad Excellence Award of Education, Teachers Excellence Award, elected member of National Academy of Sciences, India, and Fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry, UK. Professor Ahmed has been figured in the world top 2% scientists for consecutive 5 years since 2020 in both coveted lists by Stanford University, USA. And to my understanding, in India, the conferences are incomplete without his lecture. Whenever there is a conference on material chemistry or nanomaterials, his lecture is must. So with these words, I had the privilege to call upon sir on the stage. Please, sir.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Richa, for the nice and detailed introduction. So good noon, everyone. First of all, I must thank Professor Anupam, Dr. Singh, Professor Singh, NB Singh, and other members of the organizing committee, including my dear friend Dr. Richa Tomar, for actually inviting me here in this prestigious university. And I consider actually this university as a leading university in terms of research in our NCR region. So I congratulate to the Sharda University for actually taking a step forward into R&D work apart from the teaching. So I'm going to start actually, I'm working more extensively towards energy production. So there actually we are evolving renewable energy, or we are actually doing the major thrust problem over which actually Professor Mohanty also spoke in his plenary talk about actually global emission or the global temperature, climatic temperature, change in the climatic conditions because of the carbon emission. So the carbon dioxide reduction is also an important area as well as actually nitrogen fixation, where actually you can produce the ammonia, because the transportation of the green hydrogen is very difficult. So ammonia is considered as one of the best hydrogen carrier. So first, whenever actually you generate hydrogen, you need to convert into the ammonia that is called as green ammonia, and then finally you actually break down green ammonia into green hydrogen. So in the first slide, actually, I am showing what kind of the work actually we are doing there in my research lab at Jamia Millia Islamia. We have actually full-fledged setup where we are doing the green hydrogen production. This one actually, these are the 3 techniques that we are actually using. We are using electrochemical hydrogen production, we are using photoelectrochemical hydrogen production, and this one is the photochemical hydrogen production. So please remember one point: the electrolyzers or electrocatalytic technique is very well established. Nearly 200 industries globally are there which are actually working for the hydrogen plant, but there is not a single plant over the photochemical hydrogen production. There are certain reasons why there is no actual industries, why they are not putting actually efforts over this area. Some actually drawbacks are there, but if you are actually click over those drawbacks, then industry will come forward and invest lot of money over this area. So I am actually working mainly on this area. Apart from these two, actually these are the very supporting data actually to our investigation that we do for hydrogen production. And since actually I am a catalyst man, we are doing the nanocatalysis, so we are also actually applying this nanocatalysis technique for organic convergence, organic transformation reaction, because actually many of the drugs which are actually industrially very important and very costly. So if you are able to look actually for the production of those drugs by some alternative routes like using the catalysis, and if you are able to transform those catalysis at nano dimension, because at nano dimension there is a huge surface area, and huge surface area actually increase the rate of reaction. So the reaction which are actually occurs in many hours or many days, you can actually complete that reaction in fraction of minutes or the fraction of seconds by using the, and the rate of actually kinetically the rate of reaction is very high. So we have tested our material actually that we are working or we are fabricating for the organic transformation reaction, and if you go through several books, you could see actually millions of the organic transformation reactions are known that are supported by certain inorganic catalysts. But if you are able to transform those catalysts into nano dimension, then actually it will give very huge impact. So we have actually tested this area to many of the reactions where actually we have reported many publications over this area. Then the gas sensing, actually if you see actually this curve, actually I am working mainly on the gases part actually. So this is the actually gas sensing actually in many of the industrial waste or food stuffs, right? So there might be some actually toxic gases. So we do have the setup to actually detect the nitrous oxide, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and one more actually ammonia. And one actually this area is also very important, that is the carbon dioxide reduction. So this area actually helps to reduce the carbon emission from the environment, because actually in the Professor Mohanty lecture you have actually observed, he has mentioned that you need to fix the climatic temperature below 1.5 degrees centigrade, right? And if in the its speed actually where we are actually right now existing, if the climatic temperature actually increases to this critical limit, then you need to face several consequences globally, right? So, and the net zero mission actually that is declared by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, that is 2070. For Canada, it was actually 2050 that you have seen in the Professor Mohanty's lecture. So for actually in India, we do have actually lot of power industries, normal industries, right? So the power industry is the power sector is the main contributory for the carbon emission. And the second is the industrialization. And if you talk about the agriculture, actually in November, December, you could see many news on your TV channel and the newspaper. That is only 1%, please remember, only 1%. But if you go for power and industrialization, that is more than 30-35%, right? And we are targeting because of, mainly on our farmers. But that is a very small area, right? Because you actually know about it very well. So why we are having so much of interest in the green hydrogen? Because actually the energy crisis, you could see globally because of the number of reasons, like there is a population growth. So demand actually is increasing day by day, and there is actually mismanagement, political instability, and you could see the war kind of the situation everywhere. So everywhere actually you could see the energy crisis. So the green hydrogen, actually the renewable hydrogen, is considered as to meet these energy crisis issues. And secondly, actually, if you see the crude oil, which is actually you get extract from the earth, right? It has actually certain life, right? So it has been actually over, it may have actually life of 50 years or 100 years, right? So you need to actually transform yourself from like actually from your transportation from oil to like electrical vehicles. It was actually Professor Mohanty actually spoke about it to 2035 actually he mentioned. But here actually for our country, we are actually targeting by 2040, 45 or 47, because actually 2047 we are going to actually celebrate as the Viksit Bharat year, right? So by that year actually we have to completely transform all electric vehicles also to the green hydrogen vehicles. So that area actually from oil vehicles to then electric vehicles, then hydrogen vehicles, completely you can eliminate the carbon emission from the transportation sector only, right? But the other sector, because if you are actually if you are working on your laptop, on your mobile phone, right, you are also actually emitting carbon, right? Right, so you have to, you need to control, but you can't actually control because actually day by day your user capabilities actually is going on and on. So you have to look for alternate ways where you can provide the carbon neutrality, right? Because actually you cannot reduce the 100%. So neutrality is a main important principle to actually overcome that carbon emission issue. So we are actually considering this water splitting actually to actually break water molecule into elemental hydrogen, means hydrogen. That hydrogen is called as green hydrogen. Why? Because it doesn't have any content of carbon, means carbon dioxide. So if it is carbon free or carbon dioxide free, then we can call this hydrogen as green hydrogen, because hydrogen are mainly of three types. I might be actually have gone through gray hydrogen. If it is actually contaminated with the carbon dioxide and it actually contaminate your surrounding atmosphere, and if it is not able to separate. And that second hydrogen is the blue hydrogen, where actually the hydrogen is emit with the emission of carbon dioxide. But if you are able to trap that carbon dioxide to a certain limit or to certain circumstances, that hydrogen is called as blue hydrogen. And the hydrogen actually that we are actually targeting, or what our nation needs, that is the green hydrogen, which is 100% carbon free or carbon dioxide free. Other hydrogens actually you have also known about, like pink hydrogen, red hydrogen. You will see certainly you will actually hear about that soon in the news. So we are actually considering the three experimental setup that I have actually discussed in my previous slide, that is called as electrochemical water splitting, photochemical water splitting, and photoelectrochemical water splitting. So these three methodologies are collectively called as overall water splitting. So if you are able to generate green hydrogen at a scalable point, then this is called as overall water splitting, and it is considered as one of the best methodology to actually eliminate some kind of the energy crisis issues. So now I am coming to the next slide. So this is actually water splitting. This is simple chemical reaction where actually you break the water molecule into the elemental hydrogen and the elemental oxygen. The reaction is very simple, look very beautiful or interesting, but this reaction actually is not as simple as written over here. Generally, the splitting of water requires some driving force. So for photochemical reaction, it requires the presence of a light source and a catalyst actually. So what a catalyst does actually, in the presence of light, the catalyst actually produces electrons over the conduction band, and those electrons are used to reduce that actually H plus into the hydrogen gas. I will show in my next slide. But you need to make the process economically viable. So right now actually we have established most of the things, but we are working over the scalability and make the cost effective green hydrogen. So I will actually speak in one of the slides what is actually our target for making this process economically viable. So what we are actually doing, so for the light source, we are actually transforming ourselves to use the solar spectrum, solar light. Solar light is a God-gifted light, right? So if you see the solar spectrum, then the maximum component is the visible light. So we are actually looking to design the visible light active catalyst, which can actually when you actually focus the visible light, they can actually give the accelerated electron over the conduction band, that is called as the charge transfer, follow the charge transfer mechanism. So for that actually you need to make some chemical modifications either by doping certain element towards the host lattice. It might be some other metal, it might be oxide, it might be TMCs, it might be TMDs, right? So or you may design some heterostructures. So pupils are working many or different materials, but here actually we are mainly more interested towards the heterostructured systems. Why? If you are actually design the heterostructure, then heterostructure is a combination of two or more than two matrices. That matrix may be of oxides, right, chalcogenides or other materials. So there might be actually, if you are able to make or you actually study their optical band gap tuning, then you can easily comment over the charge transfer dynamics, and that is actually helpful to make your comment over how much actually population is there over the conduction band. That is actually mainly helpful for the hydrogen production. Now coming to this is the actually experimental setup that actually we are this protocol actually we are following. First you need to design the material that is called as the catalyst actually, because actually the catalyst is the only driving force that promote that reaction to break water molecule into elemental hydrogen. So first you need to design that material, then you mix with the scavengers like the sacrificial agent, right? So there are actually certain problems with this methodology. Why? Because actually when you actually accelerate the light source over the solution where actually the catalyst is there, then the catalyst what it does actually it gives holes in the valence band and the electrons in the conduction band. So there is a possibility that these electron and hole pairs may recombine, right? Go back to the original structure. So if there is no free electron, then actually it will be a tough method to produce hydrogen. The second problem with this method is this one actually, the use of sacrificial agent, because itself a sacrificial agent split water means it gives the hydrogen. So these are the two major issues which are actually associated with the phenomena. So what actually you do? Therefore actually because of these two issues, the industries are not putting their efforts or money over this sector. But if you are actually crack these two answers, right, then you are actually you can easily connect with the industries. So for that actually what you will do, you do all kind of the measurements, but always go for the blank measurement which is actually having the sacrificial agent. So if you actually reduce or if you minus the blank result from your overall result, then it will give a perfect result by your material. So this is the first point. The second one, you must actually study the charge transfer dynamics of this material by actually you need to actually make or fabricate a stable heterostructured material which actually you can actually establish the charge transfer dynamics by using the transient absorption spectroscopy, TR, PL, PL. Many techniques are there. So if you are able to actually concentrate on that issue, your photocatalyst may be actually marketed at the industrial level. So please actually remember these 2 points if you are working over this area. And then how to make these experiments? Just to take the required amount of the catalyst, sacrificial agent and the water in a specialized reaction vessel. You can see the reaction vessel is over here. Right now actually it is not clearly visible. Why? Because the light source is actually light is falling over there, so actually it is shining. So it is a specialized reaction vessel where you make the inert atmosphere. Nothing is there except water, catalyst and the sacrificial agent. And if you actually, and one more point actually that you have to remember, the optical band gap, the visible light optical band gap is around 1.8 to 3.2 electron volt. So first you need to calculate the optical band gap of your material, and the intensity of the light source should be comparable or equal to the wavelength or the optical band gap of your material. Then if they are actually compatible, then and if the same light source, if you actually irradiate your reaction vessel sample solution, then it will give a perfect yield of the hydrogen or the reaction. Otherwise, if the intensity of the light is high, then actually you are wasting, you are actually increasing the amount means costing of your reaction. If it is low, it will not actually do the charge transfer reaction. So it should be actually comparable when you do these reactions. and then you can monitor these the qualitative and the quantitative hydrogen estimation by using the gas chromatography. So GC actually machine, you will have GC machine with TCD, with FID, with MS. So you must understand actually which GC machine you have to use for this particular application. So this is the actually TCD detector based. So if you go for the estimating like like methane, ethane or other, then you go for FID. For for the actually transformation of the organic products, then go for the MS, GCMS. So you must actually know about the use of these material. Then these are the actually electrochemical and the photoelectrochemical methodology for where actually you need to make the 3 electrode reaction. 1 electrode act as the counter electrode, 1 reference electrode, 1 is the working electrode. So generally working electrode is based on your material that you have actually prepared. So that electrode that either you have to make over the FTO or the ITO substrate, then you have deposited over there and make these reactions. So these are the actually very well established methodology, and industries actually are producing green hydrogen by using these methodology only, means electrolysis methodology. So what is the problem actually? The major problem with the hydrogen is actually hydrogen earlier it was produced by the reforming or the gasification of the hydrocarbons, but the problem was it always having the surrounding of the carbon dioxide, means contamination of the carbon dioxide. Then what is the use of that hydrogen, right? So we need to transform ourselves to produce the actually green hydrogen. So either actually why electrolysis is written, because actually industry mainly working over this area. So by using photochemical or the electrochemical, you have to produce oxygen by splitting of water. That hydrogen is called as green hydrogen because it is 100% free from carbon. And if you have actually that kind of the problem, then actually it produces the greenhouse effect. And Professor Mohanty already spoke in very detail actually what is the greenhouse effect and what are the greenhouse gases. And I will just add one slide. Carbon dioxide is a major threat in a present era. So our government is maximum putting the thrust over the carbon dioxide emission. The hydrogen mission is on the second line, right? Because actually it is directly affects the human health, right? So actually if you see the greenhouse gases, the 76% component is the carbon dioxide. And the world's 3 largest carbon emitters are the China, India and the United States, right? The China mission for the carbon emission is 2060. United States is 2040 and our net zero mission is 2070. Means by 2070 our government has a mission to make the net zero, means there won't be any kind of the carbon emission. But please remember, you can't actually stop the carbon emission. You need to make the carbon neutrality. How much carbon is producing in the environment? You need to dissolve, right? So if you are able to make that kind of the cycling process, right? Because actually you can't actually reduce your application because you have to live also, you have to use your mobile for everything actually. Because of that actually your applications, the carbon emission is there. So what is the main thought process for our actually research? We are actually mainly working for the scalability of the green hydrogen and secondly over the costing. Actually the present cost of the green hydrogen is $3 to $6 per kg. So this is the industrial costing, not the laboratory costing. And if the industrial costing actually is less than $2 per kg or $1.5, then this green hydrogen may be economically viable. So everywhere actually the scientists are working over this area. Industries tie up with the academic industries are also there. So here actually this is industrial costing. At this costing I have also calculated in my research lab by actually manual parameters. So it was actually came out to be $6 to $7 per kg. So our main aim actually is to produce the noble metal free cost effective catalyst, and by taking other supports like carbon nitride, graphene oxide or the reduced graphene oxide with oxide support or the TMCs, TMDs to generate the binary or the ternary heterostructures, and then apply these 3 methodology to actually make this process more economically viable. So in this direction actually we are trying somewhere actually we have been succeed, but when you see globally, then actually you need to work more and more and more actually. So here actually when you are actually working on over the heterostructures, then you must must know what kind of the actually heterostructures you have actually fabricated. So when you make any kind of the heterostructures by the combination of 2 or more than 2 semiconductors, either they will form type 1, type 2, type 3, Z scheme or S scheme. It depends what is the band positioning means what is the position of the valence band, what is the position of the conduction band, right? If you see, actually the upper band is a conduction band, lower band is a valence band. So if you see in all these structures for this, the first circle is for oval shape is for semiconductor 1, the second one is semiconductor 2. So in all these structures you could see the positioning of the valence band and the conduction band is different. So first you need to actually estimate what are the positions for the valence band and the conduction band. Then you need to actually study their charge transfer dynamics by using certain techniques that actually I already shared, like TL, PR, TPRL or TRPL, sorry, and then XPS. Sometime actually transient absorption spectroscopy or EPR. Actually it will help to actually establish the kind of the mechanism, charge transfer mechanism. So by knowing the charge transfer mechanism, you are able to comment how much actually electron density is there over the conduction band, and that actually you can comment over the hydrogen production. So these are the actually, I will not speak over more about it. These are the actually structures of the graphene oxide, reduced graphene oxide and graphite carbonate, and these are the these are the property of these materials, and optical band gaps are written over here. So these are the actually mainly base material that we take these base material to make the binary or the ternary heterostructure. So in this direction, first we have prepared the graphite carbonitide nanosheets. So graphite carbonitide nanosheets were prepared just by taking melamine, and if you anneal melamine and exfoliate in fuming sulfuric acid or the HCl, then it produces very beautiful nanosheets of the graphite carbonitide that could be seen over the electron microscopic images. And the detailed synthesis methodology you can go through our paper. So here you could find this one. Actually, why we have chosen this graphite carbonitide? Because actually this material is considered as an ideal candidate for photochemical water splitting due to its excellent alignment of its band edges with the water redox potential. So before loading to the water splitting measurements, you must go through the primary investigating techniques. Actually the X-ray diffraction is the primary technique. That technique will tell you which phases actually you are forming. So X-ray diffraction, then go for DRS, UV DRS, then go for BET, XPS, PL, TRPL, then come for how much time? Only? Oh my God. Oh my God. You must actually, interrupt me at least 10 minutes before, right? So you have given me 25 minutes, na? Oh my God. Okay. So, okay, I will not go into the detail. I will just show the result, right? So graphite carbonitide, we made actually the experiment by taking the two sacrificial agent, sodium sulfide and the trithenolamine, right? And this trithenolamine is able to produce 470 micromole per hour per gram of hydrogen with an apparent quantum yield of 12%. And this one actually, sodium sulfide produces 230 micromole per hour per gram with an apparent quantum yield of 7%. These are the actually photoelectrochemical investigation which gives actually it is the effective material for the HER reaction. I will not go into the detail. Then take this graphite carbonitide, made binary heterostructures with copper ferrite nanoparticles, and then actually after these are the primary investigation technique. I will not go in this one. These are the actually charge transfer dynamics. So if you see the charge transfer dynamics, so if you see the Mott-Schottky plot, it shows that it established in a PN heterojunction formation, and the PL intensity, PL investigation plot shows that the conduction band become more populated. And these are the actually positioning of the valence band and the conduction band before the mixing. And when you actually mix these two, then the Fermi level alignment occur, and during this Fermi level alignment you can see the movement of the electrons and the whole pair, actually how in which direction they are tunnel actually. And then if you see this structure is matching to type 2 heterostructure. So that heterostructure is established in type 2. So this one actually 28% loading of copper ferrite over graphite carbonitide is able to produce 1 millimole per hour per gram of the hydrogen. These are the actually electrochemical investigations, very effective. Then design the type 2 copper oxide graphite carbonitide heterostructure. Then this is the DFT calculation that we actually do for the structural analysis, as well as actually to comment actually how much when the structural alignment occur actually in the when they actually move towards the orthorhombic structure, the conduction band become more populated, which actually helps to actually explain it can produce the 3.5 millimole, right? So we are actually scaling the hydrogen production with an apparent quantum yield of 18%. Now coming to the Here actually in the electrochemical investigation we have reported that this copper oxide with graphite carbon nitride heterostructure is actually best replacement for the commercially available iridium oxide on the basis of the parameter that we obtained by using HER and the OER investigations. Then we have designed the cadmium selenide quantum dots over graphite carbon nitride, and this is a very high, very interesting paper in the ACIS catalysis. This material actually, I will not go into the detail, it will give a 4.3 millimole per hour per gram of hydrogen with an apparent quantum yield of 24%. And we have actually added many investigations for this material. Then this is the cadmium sulfide quantum dots grown over graphite carbon nitride, and actually it produces 14.8 millimole per hour per gram of hydrogen with an apparent quantum yield of 28%. Now coming to the MOS2 nanoflowers that we have actually made with the graphite carbon nitride, and it produces 18 millimole per hour per gram of hydrogen with an apparent quantum yield of 34%. So just actually we are actually transforming from one heterostructure to another heterostructure. We have established the mechanism why actually the electron density become more populated in the conduction band. So we have actually correlated all the investigations in the literature, and here then we have all not only with these actually binary heterostructures, we have actually made, my other student like Asim have made other binary or the ternary heterostructures like the MOO3 with TiO2, and this is a ternary heterostructure, and very recently actually these are the quaternary heterostructures. These were also very effective for significant and the scalable hydrogen production. We are also actually looking for the different kind of the material which can be, one principle is also there actually in our science, one material multi application, means for you by preparing one heterostructure we are targeting hydrogen, CO2, nitrogen as well as the organic convergence reaction. So like actually one nation, one election, so similarly one material, multiple application. So this is my main principle, yes, this is my main principle to make actually cost effective material, right? Because actually the costing is high. Why government actually is looking over this point? Because of the cost, actually cost is involved. So this is actually, I am following the same principle that actually my government is following. So we are actually making the different kind of the material, like these are the ambenes, amzenes, you can design this one POPs and the flatland material, right? So for that, this is summary actually. We are actually mainly working to produce carbon neutrality for producing the green hydrogen. So with this, I must thank for this kind of the work my all PhD scholars, past as well as the present, and my collaborators. These are my collaborators, and my funding agencies. These are all my funding agencies. You can see actually I have collaboration to many countries with the many institutes also. So with these actually, thank you all for your kind attention. So though actually time was very short, right? But because actually early at the initial slides I went little bit depth, so I couldn't show the result very deeply. So I'm sorry for that, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering such an insightful lecture and sharing the groundbreaking insights of your work. And I'm extremely sorry to interrupt you in between because of paucity.
We have to follow their instructions.
Thank you for understanding. And sir, I'll not take questions now. So I'm sorry for that. So if you want to ask any question or you want to go for discussion with sir, you can have during lunch. So I request Professor S.K. Banerjee to please felicitate sir. As a token of gratitude and appreciation from Sharda University. Thank you, sir. ऐसे निकाल दी मैंने. Second invited talk of the day is by Professor Saurav Raghuvanshi, and it is an honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Saurav Raghuvanshi, currently serving as an associate professor in the Department of Plant Molecular Biology at the University of Delhi South Campus. Dr. Raghuvanshi is a celebrated scientist with profound contributions to the field of plant genomics, bioinformatics, and molecular biology. With accolades such as the NASI Young Scientist Platinum Jubilee Award, his groundbreaking research spans topics like rice genomics, drought tolerance mechanisms, and bioinformatic databases. Dr. Raghuvanshi has successfully led research projects with a cumulative funding of nearly 4 crores, underscoring the impact and significance of his scientific endeavors. Today, he will share his insight, offering a glimpse into his pioneering work and expertise. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Saurav Raghuvanshi to the stage. Please, sir.
So, which one is your? ये नहीं ठीक this one ये मुझे लगता लैपटॉप
Okay, so since the time is less, by the time the slide comes, let me introduce. So I would like to thank Dr. Anupma for giving this opportunity and for a very nice introduction, and all the organizers and the listeners over here. So I'm going to bring in a change of flavors. I know nothing about materials, and so we had some excellent talks in the morning. So I'm a plant biologist, and I'll be sharing my experiences over the past 2 decades, how things have changed in plant biology and in biology in general. And what has basically changed is that every life scientist is now under a pressure that they can't just stick to their life science wet lab research, as they say. We are all kind of engrossed with a lot of data that is coming up. So this huge amount of data that is getting generated over the years, the dimensions and the magnitude has changed a lot, and that has changed the way the science is happening, at least in life sciences, in other sciences as well. So I'll be taking examples from my own work. Okay, sorry, I have a habit of moving along a lot actually, so I'll just shout. Okay, so, okay, yeah. So I'll be taking examples from my work spanning 2 decades, and this is fine, this is fine. And what I want to explain over here is that what I have witnessed, that how the data has started to emerge and how it is changing the life science research, and how at national level we have been trying to accommodate and improve the facilities and the thought processes, and more importantly, the perspective with which things are happening in data sciences. And I have been fortunate in several of these projects where for the first time things happened in India. So that's what I'm going to share today. So we'll start with, this is an overview of the work that we do in our lab. We do a lot of microRNA. These are small regulatory RNA genes. I won't be talking about them. We do a lot of bioinformatic and genome level analysis. And before moving into what exactly I'm going to talk about is, let's take a couple of slides and try to understand term, big data. Now, this is a term that is there in every sciences and economics and otherwise also. So what is actually a big data? As the name says, it's big in number, but what does that basically mean? So there are actually 3 V's how a typical computer scientist would define. There are actually several V's more people have added, but these V's are basically the volume with which the data is getting generated, the velocity with which it is getting generated. So it's not just big data, it's big data over a weekend actually. So over a weekend, I'm getting terabytes of data. And the change that has happened is that when we initially started to work on rice genome, which I'll talk about, I'll give you an example. We had a disk which we were very proud about. We had a disk of 900 gigabytes of data, which was this big. I mean, I think it weighed about 10 or 15 kgs. And this was less than a terabyte. And now you know that a terabyte of space is actually there in your cell phones. So that's a huge amount of change that has happened. So over a weekend or a weeknight, you are having a lot of data that is coming. So just speed as well as the variability of the data that is coming up. Now what does variability means? It basically means that you have a single data point type, but it is going to be interpreted in several different ways. So that is what the variability is all about. And if you want to study one organism, you're going to get into a lot of different data types, which have to come together to make sense. For example, human biology, you have thousands and thousands of different type of data sets which are actually coming up. They don't match. So there's a lot of variability. Now, one very important thing over here is that we need to differentiate 2 things. That is data, and then there is knowledge, and they are not the same thing. So data is not a knowledge. You need to extract knowledge from data. And when the size of the data becomes, oops. Okay, so I just pressed the wrong button. When the size of the data becomes huge, the amount of knowledge that it has is also humongously big. But that's not the only problem. The problem is you can't extract all the knowledge by just working on one perspective of the data. So you need to actually analyze this data from several perspectives. Only then knowledge will come out. I'll give you an example. The best example is the human genome sequence. Human genome sequence is a milestone, and it has led to $1 billion economy globally. Now, why did that happen? Because human genome sequence was made available free of cost to everybody. Somebody worked on disease, somebody worked on diabetes, somebody worked on cancer, somebody worked on a lot of other things. No single group can. So, although it's a very simple and straightforward thing, there are few things which are very, very important to be done at global as well at national level. And I'm emphasizing today at national level because things are not happening appropriately at national level. Things need to be done at national level to ensure that we are getting fruitful knowledge generation from the data. So different perspectives, and then the knowledge is coming. So today I'm talking about perspective. Let's see how the perspective has changed. This is year 2004, 2005 somewhere. This was the first genome sequencing project of India. That was the rice genome sequencing project. And at that point of time, the task was so humongous that every chromosome was actually taken up by 1 or 2 countries, that they were not even able to sequence the entire genome. And India was able to participate for sequencing half of the chromosome 11, along with some efforts by US also. This project was coordinated at DU South Campus as well as IRI, NRCPB. And I had the opportunity to work as a postdoc over here. I just finished my PhD and I joined as a postdoc with Professor Tyagi, who was a coordinator. And I got the opportunity to set up the first bioinformatics lab in India, which was actually doing this data analysis. So I witnessed it from the front seat, how things have changed. At that point of time, that server, those servers which I talked about, were kind of in cutting edge. So the cutting edge keeps on changing. Every decade, the cutting edge is something else. If you sit on a cutting edge, it gets blunt after some time actually. So that's the whole thing. So this is the thing. We generated data. We generated genome sequence. We also generated a lot of annotations on it. Now what does this mean? The time does not allow to go into the detail. We can have a discussion later. What it means is that the genome sequence is a single string of ATGC. It's a polymer. But having that sequence does not actually make me realize that what is that sequence performing in a biological system or a cell. So you need to annotate, you need to define regions, which region is doing what. That is annotation, and that's a long process. Annotation is something you can sequence a genome in a short or long span of time, but annotation is something that is happening even for the human genome right now, since the beginning. So annotation is started before even genome was done. So it is finding those genes and finding that function. It's just an ongoing process. Now, this is the process for just finding protein coding genes. Now, for non-biologists, we know what a protein is. There are DNA regions in the genome which will actually code for that protein. And just to identify those regions, there's a lot of data that needs to be integrated to find the gene clusters. Not going into the details, just telling you about the complexity of the things. Now, here's the change in perspective. The change in perspective is that because of the technological advancement, when earlier only 1 or 2 genomes or model systems were being sequenced, for example, human genome was sequenced, rice genome, Arabidopsis genome, these are all model organisms. Right now, the technology has changed to an extent that entire biodiversity is getting sequenced. Entire human populations are getting sequenced. So it's not just one human population. Now see the change. Earlier, one human genome took about a decade to be done. Right now, I can sequence 1,000 human genomes in a week's or a month's time. That's the difference that has happened. So because of the technology, everything is getting sequenced, and this actually is a project which is known as Earth Biogenome, which targets to sequence everything living on the face of Earth in the coming decade. Now, this change in perspective that you are sequencing everything and not just crop species or model systems changes everything. And we'll see how. This is about plant species. Now, every different family members are getting sequenced or they are being monitored that way. Again, I get this slide back. Now we'll try to figure out what these different perspectives are and how do we get from big data to knowledge over here. Now there are two things when you have to ensure that data knowledge generation happens from data. If you know that one data needs to be accessed by analyzed by several other groups, then that basically means two things. One, you need to have a very good data access policy. That is, I generate a data, but I share it with you so that you can work on your end. And then biocuration. Biocuration is something which is probably very, very less known in India, but that is one of the objectives that I have been working on for a very long time to increase the awareness about this field. Biocuration is integrating different type of information sets on the same genome or the same gene. Because the systems are so complicated that no single lab is actually working on, for example, on the other hand, not all functionality of a particular gene is actually worked upon by a single lab. They are all worked by different labs, even for a single gene. So that means you need to integrate information. This is how this is the image that I used to explain biocuration. So this is big B of Bollywood. We know that, right? Now, life sciences have two big Bs, which is big data and biocuration. And how they are connected is depicted by this cartoon. So this little fellow is a scientist, like me or you, and they are all floating around in this ocean of big data. Now, what does this mean? While we have the data on the computer, because we are not able to analyze it, there is no knowledge generation. Now, what does this person need to do? This person is, let's suppose it's an ocean, there's a salty water, this person will die of thirst actually. So what it needs is a RO system. Isn't it simple? You need an RO system to purify the water to survive. And this actually is what is equivalent to biocuration. That's a link between the data and the scientist. You need biocuration. Otherwise, you are just sitting with your data, which may be worth lakhs or crores, but the knowledge generation is not happening. And this is actually happening at national level. Please let me know 5 minutes before. Oh my God. So this is the process of biocuration, which is very, very important. Another thing is FAIR principles. FAIR principles is about data accessibility. It is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. We can discuss this in detail, but this is kind of a sacrosanctum definition or sacrosanctum formula, which has to happen at national level to ensure knowledge discovery at national level. But that's not happening all the time because a lot of data is not in open access. I'll jump very fast now. Now this access issue is a problem because since now biodiversity is getting sequenced, there is a problem of access and benefit sharing. So let's try to understand that. I'll skip this thing, DSI. DSI stands for Digital Sequence Information. Now there's a convention on biological diversity where it basically means that if you commercialize anything on a live material, the benefit that whatever comes out, you will have to actually give it back to the community. That is, you can't take the live material, make a medicine out of it, and then not give the pecuniary or the financial benefits back. So there was a lock and key over here, and that ensured that if there is any commercialization, the money has to come back. But now what is happening is, since every biodiversity is getting sequenced, the DNA sequences and genomes are getting generated. These are all in open access, and that basically means that any commercialization of this actually will not go back to the community or to the country. So this is the problem with ABS, Access and Benefit Sharing, or DSI. And if you recall, COP, Conference of Parties on Biodiversity Convention, happened in COP 16 or 17 this year. There's a whole lot of global issue where countries are still trying to figure out that how do we ensure this, because what they are saying is now you can't have data totally open access for all other biodiversity because you are not just restricted to model systems. So what is happening over here? A lot of models have been developed where people are trying to ensure how data sharing and access benefit has to happen. And interestingly, if you look at GenBank or other, a huge number of studies don't even have the notation from which country they are originating. So how do you get the benefit back? How do you get the financial benefits to that community? So this is a huge problem over. The problem is much more advanced in India, because in India we are not even keeping a copy of our own data sets. Whatever data is in life sciences is getting generated is deposited in international repositories, to the extent if you find, and this is a challenge, you can ask any funding agency the amount of data that they have funded. They will have no idea how much data they have funded. They will have no idea how much data has been generated from India. To figure that out, you need to contact GenBank or EMBL, how much data we produced. Now in this scenario, if we have to control the data flow, we don't have any check on that. So we'll skip this. This is what I said. So the debate is, the free access to data was the one force that led to a lot of discoveries. But now as the technicality comes, you can't have everything in a free flow. So how do you at national level handle this thing? So that's why DBT came up with this Biotech Pride Guidelines, which basically mandated that all life science data in India is actually deposited in this data center. And this is the data center, which was again something which I'm proud to say that was done. I was heading this data center. I established this data center at Regional Center of Biotechnology. This is a data center established for the first time in India, and the mandate was that all information generated across India will be submitted to this data center. This has a disaster recovery site at basically housed at IBDC RCB Faridabad, and the disaster recovery site at NIC Bhubaneswar. We'll skip this. It has data access mode of open access, managed access, and no access. Means if you submit the data and if you want to hold it from getting public for some time, you can actually do that kind of a thing. And you can, because there are a lot of data from defense forces and from a lot of other things. So it provides this data access. And one challenging thing that was done was that I joined in 2021. Now if you recall, 2021, March and April was the second wave in Delhi, the COVID wave. So the entire team worked from anywhere, from the data center or from their houses or wherever, but the data center was made operational within a couple of months, to the extent that within 1 year or something, 1.5 year, it was dedicated to the nation. It was already operational in 6 or 7 months, 5 or 6 months. It was inaugurated by the minister. This is the data center. It has a capacity of about 3 petabytes of data storage. And this is the data center website. And it has the data storage capacity for all different types of data. For example, nucleotide data, protein data, and metabolome data sets. Same thing. This Indian Nucleotide Data Archive was the one that was developed for the first time, and then INDA's controlled access, and then crop phenome data. We can discuss the details later on. The most important one is this INDA, that is Nucleotide Data Submission, and it has 2 sections. One section, INDA, is an open access one, and it is in direct sync with all of these INSDC repositories, that is GenBank, EMPL. So if you submit to that data center, you don't need to submit to anywhere else. You will get all the accession numbers. So what is the situation right currently? That instead of submitting to GenBank, you submit your data to your national data center, and that national data center is a conduit. If you want to share it to GenBank, it gets shared to GenBank. So you have a consolidated data set at national level. And if you want to have a control access of it, is also possible. Let me skip these technicalities. More than this number is now close to 3 lakh submissions. Within, I think, 1.5 year, we were able to do these many submissions from several institutes across India. One important thing, importance of this data center, not going into the details. Now, if you recall, these Omicron, Delta, these were the calls, or the COVID calls. So those COVID calls were actually coming from the data analysis done at the data center. This became the hub and one of the most nationally relevant projects that was taken up. This is the monthly wise distribution of those COVID samples. A crop phenome database, any detail of these formats I will skip, and I'll directly come to this one. Now, the importance of India as a data hub. This was a national conference, international conference like this one, and the thing was that directors from EMBL, ENA, that is European Nucleotide Archive, GenBank, and DDBJ, they were all participating in that, and to the extent that they took a good look on the data center, and the idea being that India now can get in this consortium, which is actually DDBJ, GenBank, and ENA are the sole consolidators of the global data set, and only these 3 are there. So with this data center now in India, they are actually contemplating the idea that India can now get represented by over here. So with this is a team of huge 25 or 30 people with data curators and whole lot of people working on it. And with this, I'll take a break, and if there is any question. This is the group which works on microRNA. I didn't talk about their work today, and thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Sorry, I again rushed through several slides. So.
No, I thank you for that. Oh, I feel sorry for that, sir. It's because of me, no? You have to rush. Thank you so much, sir, for such sharing so invaluable and a very thought-provoking presentation. Very nice presentation, sir, with beautiful illustrations. I appreciate, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request Dean Research, Professor Bhuvnesh Kumar, to please come over the stage and felicitate, sir.
One data, one nation.
One data, one nation.
Yes. Now it's rhyming. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Again, you can have the discussion and questions. Yes, sir. You can have the discussion and questions during the lunch. Now, let me take the pleasure to introduce you with the next speaker, Professor Rajesh N. Sharan, a luminary in the fields of genetics, molecular biology, and cancer research. Professor Sharan is superannuated professor of genetics and molecular biology from the Department of Biochemistry and the former dean of School of Life Sciences at Northeastern Hill University, Nehu, Shillong. With over 4 decades of pioneering teaching and research, his contribution to understanding cancer mechanisms, particularly betel nut and tobacco-induced carcinogenesis, as well as biomarker discovery for cancer and radiation damage, are nothing short of extraordinary. Professor Sharan has authored 6 books and over 125 publications, reflecting his profound impact on science and education. Beyond academia, he actively bridges research and real-world applications as the founder of Arav Biomed LLP, a startup dedicated to translating patented cancer biomarkers into products for cancer management. He also serves as an honorary emeritus advisor to the Northeast Cancer Hospital and Research Institute and a visiting associate at the Inter-University Accelerator Center, New Delhi. We are privileged to have such a visionary scientist with us today. Please join me in welcoming sir. Please, sir.
We'll have this. Thank you so much. While he fixes it, I must thank the organizers for inviting me. Particular pleasure for me to have in the audience presence of my former Vice Chancellor of NEHU, Professor S.K. Shrivastava. So it's a real privilege for me, and I'm here. No, this is okay. I'll use this. And I must also thank Shivani, one of your faculty here, who is the reason why I came. And I am so happy I did, because meeting you all has been a great experience. I know I have a lot of responsibility to finish in time, because I think most of you are hungry. So I will try to do that, and I hope I succeed. But I hope the organizers will remind me a few minutes before my time is over. Okay? You will remind me before my time is over. Okay? Well, yeah. So what I'm going to do today is to share one of the yeah, it's a little complicated. I hope it will work, because I have an Apple MacBook. Yeah, good. So I'm again changing the flavor of today's talk, going from very interesting talks so far and coming to not so pleasant cancer. But I think the pleasure is that there are thousands of scientists working to conquer cancer, which is very relevant. Oh, निकल गया था. No, this is okay as long as the display goes on. You want just ठीक है? ये connect नहीं हो रहा. So I will try not to touch it. Maybe, okay. So I'm going to talk about a biomarker and a technology that we have patented, and how possibly it can help us fight cancer. And I have a very different approach from a lot of other work that's going on. But before I go on, I make some disclosures that the work here includes work done by at least 7 of my past PhD students at Department of Biochemistry of NEHU. Multiple funding agencies supported me in India, so I'm grateful to all of them. I have a patent which is here on this technology, and I have established, as was said, a startup last year at this age to try to translate this work for something usable to humans. So what is the problem? And very briefly, cancer, if anyone knows either directly in family and other experiences or indirectly, is not the most pleasant thing to happen. And the biggest problem is that the burden globally remains high, particularly in the global south countries. That includes India, which is also very populous country. As you know, we are the most populous nation on this globe. And the burden is rising at a fast pace. I will avoid the data. And one of the reasons is that cancer grows in our body without making its presence felt for a long time. And when we feel some discomfort and go to a clinic and then it's discovered as a cancer, it is very late already. It's late as stage 3 or 4. And the life left after that is perhaps 6 months, 1 year, or something like that, not more. So the problem comes because of its stealth nature of growth. And the option that is left is cancer therapy. And cancer therapy, as you know, is actually poison administered under medical supervision. So it's chemotherapy, radiotherapy, the most common therapy across the globe. So the intent is to kill cancer cells, but there is no way that you can only select cancer cells, because cells we can't see, or doctors cannot see. The best technology cannot show you each cell in the body. There are 20 to 30 trillion cells that go into making a human body. So it's a very dicey choice. So you want to kill cancer cells, so you target as close as possible, but in the process also kill some normal cells. And in the process, you suffer. So there are multiple other issues. This is average therapy. It's exactly like 500 micromilligram of some antibiotic. All of us are given the same by doctors for 3 days or 5 days, whatever be the course. But someone who is sensitive may be overdosed by that 500 milligram of antibiotic because his or her work was done by 200 milligram, for instance. Remaining antibiotic is a burden. If the person is resistant, then it's the reverse. That person is underdosed, and so the not full potential of the medicine comes. So what happens? The clinical efficacy is very compromised. And it's very, very disappointing when you notice that the clinical efficacy of cancer therapy in India is only 17%. So basically, of 100 people treated, only about 17 persons have got the right treatment. Others just got a treatment, no benefit. There are 2 other issues, in fact 3. One is that the cost of hospitalization is also very high for cancer, almost 2.5 times more than normal hospitalization. And the cost is rising for all cancer treatments. With the days going, inflation and everything. And out of that expenditure, the out-of-pocket expenditure of individuals is kind of constant in India, almost constant, the top red line that you can see. In China, it has reduced a little bit because there is more universal health care facilities and insurances. But in India, it is still a distant dream. So what we need is to move from this average therapy to more personalized therapy that was also mentioned earlier, that one needs to tailor-make the therapy to everyone's use. And so the average therapy, which ignores the genetic and other composition of humans or the patients, should shift to individualizing and making the therapy very precise, and gives many, many advantages to that. So that is, when we can do that, move from average to personalized therapy, we have very conservative estimate that the clinical efficacy with the existing technology of therapy will increase almost 35%. So we'll jump from 17% to over 50%. And that's a tremendous advantage to reducing the suffering of cancer patients, because you cannot provide much life, but at least give good quality of whatever life patient has left with. It will also reduce the healthcare expenditure by almost 50%. So I quickly move to the biomarker that I have patented and this technology works on, is ADP ribose polymer adduct, or we call it ARPA. It's one of the post-translational modifications of chromosomal proteins, primarily histone proteins, the largest post-translational modification that we know. And it basically involves addition of ADP ribose monomers in a polymeric form, branched or unbranched, very highly variable, and has a very, so you can imagine if there is a chromosomal protein, it gets ADP ribose adduct polymers around, the conformation changes, and therefore functionality of the chromosome changes. You know, histone is the most basic protein. That basicity and DNA acidity makes them combine together, and that's how chromatin is organized. So when it's all functional, chromatin is compact, but for it to perform biological things, transcription, replication, etc., it must relax completely and in fact unwind in order to do those two biological functions. ADP ribosylation on this adduct is what does a lot of good thing and changes the conformation and the functionality of chromatin, and therefore has tremendous influence on cellular functionality. I will skip that, but what we did, we devised a method to measure this ADP ribose polymer or ARPA directly, not the process of ADP ribosylation. To measure it directly, we exploited the high immunogenicity of ARPA, which is known, raised our antibody, and designed a quantitative immunoprobe assay, which is based on ELISA. So it's very precise, very specific, very quick, not very expensive, and used either Western slot and dot blot assays to measure the level of ARPA on the chromosomal proteins. And using that, we did a lot of lab works in multiple models of mice and in vitro models using multiple types of carcinogens, all in experimental lab. And the summary of lab work is here. A lot of publications have come, but what was very critical and a kind of quantum change to thought process was that the level of ARPA that we measured in a tissue where we induced cancer, and we could visualize it under microscope that the transformation is complete, or in a cytic tumorigenesis, we found that the same thing is visible in the blood cells, in the lymphocytes. So it became very nice, and we got this liquid biopsy, that is blood, which is very convenient to take out from a patient, to measure ARPA level and predict the state of that particular patient. So with that was the lab work background, and we moved to then confirming this concept in the clinical setup. So we started two validation work, clinical validation work. The working hypothesis was, first work was that will this lab results hold true in human patients, in cancer patients? And we published, of course, this one is published. We had the standard, very internationally acceptable protocol. I'll avoid the details. Simple case control study. So cases where treatment naive, and that's important, that we recruited patients who were never treated for cancer. They came first time to hospital where, with some discomfort, and that came out to be cancer. So they are all in 3rd or 4th stages of cancer. We could recruit 111 patients in collaboration with the Regional Cancer Center in Guwahati. We were working, I worked at Shillong, at Nehu. So it's a distance of about 120 kilometers or 4 hours to 6 hours those days when we were working. So we collected samples of 3 most prevalent cancers, the breast, cervical, and head and neck cancers. The numbers are here. And brought the sample from those patients to the lab just to see how the level of ARPA in this advanced stages of cancer patient compares to the normal. Now the controls in cancer is the issue, because we do not know who has cancer, who doesn't have a cancer. The control should be cancer-free. So what we decided that we will recruit only young volunteer students of the university, so mostly Nehu, and some European girls who were interns in my lab at that time, they volunteered, and some relatives or patients who agreed. So we had 68 such people as controls with no known cancer. And we measured the same using our immunoprobe assay, individual patients, and we checked all controls, showed arranged well. There is, of course, a wide individual variation that you see in population. So each dot represents one individual patient or control student. The controls we arranged by age, and there was one relative of a patient who was 80 years old with no known cancer, and his value also fitted very well in that. Males and females, when they segregate, it's also nearly the same. So it was gender insensitive level, age insensitive also, but segregated very well with all the sites of head and neck cancer that you see here compared to the controls which are here. And the values you can see, and this is in pixel density. So in terms of numbers, we have, so you are ready. Okay. So, and we saw the same for breast and cervical cancers. And age-matched, gender and age-matched cancers. So we had clear segregation, and very quickly go to second one, where the working hypothesis was that if cancer increase made ARPA level go down, if intervention is making cancer regression, cancer is going back towards normal, then ARPA level should rise. And I will skip all details of the same 3 cancers, but this time clinical outcome was considered. One important point here is that the sampling, because the cancer control is a problem. We do not know who doesn't have. So we decided that each individual patient will be his or her own control, where we took the ARPA level, and these are not treatment naive. So they are under treatment, and they have come for one typical cycle of cancer therapy. So before the therapy begins, we measure the level, they take the sample and measure the level of ARPA, and then 8 to 10 hours after each intervention cycle. And typically radiotherapy or chemotherapy has 6 intervention cycles spread over months sometime. And we measured ARPA. We found, when we looked at the ARPA level, and that's very interesting, we saw that in some individuals, ARPA actually reversed. It started to rise significantly. And in some patients, not. It was either consistent or marginally high. Both head and neck, males, female patients, breast cancer, and also cervical cancer. And then we compared this with the clinical outcome where patients actually recover and the clinical, and so this was a blind study. So the clinicians, we didn't know who is the patient and what is doing, so coded. So when we decoded and compared it with the clinical outcome, where we gave a score of 1 to all the patients who responded very well. And anyone who did not respond so well, we did not consider, we considered it 0. And we found that all those head and neck patients, 40 of them, whose ARPA response was very good recovery with therapy, 40 of them, 32 in clinical outcome came very high, so I scored 1. So they actually recovered, so they responded well. And those who were in the poor response category where ARPA recovery was either not there or very marginal, only 18% showed good. And the same was true, almost the same figures for all the 3 cancers. And then of course we calculated the predictability score, which was 80 plus, and false positives and negatives. And so what it indicates very clearly now that when clinicians have a patient and start a therapy, first intervention cycle, they will know exactly 8 or 10 hours later whether this patient is going to, the prognosis is good or bad. And 80% chances are that based on ARPA level, they will be able to predict that it's going to be good, so continue with this therapy. Or else, discontinue therapy, try another chemotherapy, try another dose of radiation, try another quality of radiation. And so this real-time response of patients and can help clinicians reduce the suffering, increase the clinical efficacy of cancer therapy, and make qualitative improvement in the life of the patient. So 7 of my students who did, the 8 listed here, but Doreen did not complete her PhD, so she left, but have contributed enormously. You see Shivani here standing in this picture behind there. That time when 2 of my graduate students got their degrees, Malem was one who did a lot of clinical work. And now I am in the process, since I have a collaboration with a pharmaceutical company, I do not have the liberty to go into further details, but I'm hoping that this tech will be available for at least experimental use for patients' benefit shortly. Thank you very much. Sorry for exceeding the time, but few minutes I lost in the beginning. No problem, but thank you so much for this.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the valuable insights of your work and the passion and commitment you bring to translating research into actionable outcomes, particularly through your innovative venture, are truly inspiring. So we are privileged to have you here, sir, today. Thank you so much. And now I request Professor N.B. Singh to please come over the stage and felicitate sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. In fact, we all are privileged. We had so outstanding lectures today, and we surely have gained a lot of knowledge and information. So now we all are breaking for lunch, but we'll be back at 2:30, sharp at 2:30, because we have a planned online lecture by Professor Martin at 2:30. So I request you all, please be back at 2:30 in the same auditorium timely. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes.
Professor, am I audible to you? Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, sir.
Hello, Professor Martin. Our session is little bit 5 to 10 minutes delayed. You have to wait for 5-10 more minutes if that is possible. Okay. Thank you, sir. कनेक्ट करना है वहाँ से और यही सेम सेटअप करना है वहाँ पे। हाँ वो तो करवा देता हूँ। लैपटॉप के साथ वो स्मार्ट बोर्ड से ही कर देता हूँ। स्मार्ट बोर्ड पे ही रूम ओपन कर। हाँ हाँ मुझे आपको भेज दूँगा। क्रेडेंशियल? क्रेडेंशियल वो क्रेडेंशियल नहीं। तो इसके बाद ही है। हाँ इसके बाद। लेकिन मैं पहले से ही वहाँ पे ओपन करके रख दूँगी। आपको क्या भेजना है बताइए। मेरी मीटिंग आईडी और पासवर्ड भेजना।
Good afternoon, Professor Martin. Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, yes.
Thank you for confirming, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after lunch. And it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Martin Desimon, a distinguished researcher and academician from the University of Buenos Aires, Argentina. So Dr. Desimon's academic journey began with his studies in pharmacy and biochemistry, culminating in a PhD from University of Buenos Aires. He is currently a researcher at CONICT and a professor in the Faculty of Pharmacy and Biochemistry at his alma mater. His research focuses on the development of organic, inorganic, and biological hybrid materials with particular attention to their interactions at the nano and micro scale. These materials have significant potential for applications in fields ranging from analytical chemistry to biomedical and biotechnological innovations. Dr. Desimon's contribution to science have earned him numerous prestigious awards, including the Emerging Investigator Award in the Journal of Material Chemistry B, the Innovator Award in Applied Research from Argentina's Ministry of Science and Technology and Productive Innovation, and the Dr. Jos A. Balcero Award presented by the Argentina Senate. He has also been honored with the Academic Excellence Distinction by the University of Buenos Aires. In addition, Dr. Desimon holds a visiting professor position at the Universidade Federal do Rio Grande in Brazil. We are incredibly fortunate to have Dr. Desimon here with us today in the online mode to share his expertise and insights into this fascinating world of hybrid materials and their diverse applications. So I welcome you, sir, to start your lecture. Please, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this conference. It is a real pleasure for me to be here and share our recent work and to establish fruitful discussion and collaborations. So I think that you are seeing that I changed my slide well. So nanomaterials offer an immense potential for technological advances in different fields, from biosensor, agriculture, medicine, but the unique properties also necessitate a careful consideration of their environmental and healthful implications, especially because nanotechnology allows us to produce different types of materials, from nanoparticles, quantum dots, nanotubes, and they have different applications to different fields, from textile, medicine. But the problem is that we are having different usage products, and these usage products contain nanomaterials. This means that we are generating nano waste in the form of solids, liquids, aerosols, and heat. All of these can reach the environment at one point. And there are many difficulties to treat this type of waste. These different treatment plants cannot solve this problem. So what comes here is that integrating the concept of one cell, safety by design, and green synthesis allows us to address the problem from a holistic and proactive perspective. This is because it is in this increasingly globalized and interconnected world, it is clear that the health of humans, animals, and the environment are more linked than ever before. And nanotechnology, with its ability to manipulate matter at the atomic and molecular scale, offers revolutionary potential to transform medicine, agriculture, and environmental pollution. This is because nanomaterials allow us to produce different types of materials, from organic, inorganic, hybrid materials, nanomaterials with different sizes, target specific sites or specific structures inside the cells, for example, to target the mitochondria, or we can use them to abstract the delivery system or immunomodular electronic therapy, cell therapy, gene delivery. There are different applications. And one example that we use these nanoparticles, for example, in the case of physical nanoparticles, we use it in different applications, this kind of nanoparticles, because it's very easy to tune the size of the resulting nanoparticles. We can use the precursor, molecular precursor, for example, tetrahydroxysilane, in a solvent with a catalysis with water for the hydrolysis of this hydroxide, and we can obtain physical nanoparticles. This is because the monomer can link form cytosine link and form thinner, and then physical nanoparticles. Depending on the amount of these precursors, we can obtain particles of different sizes. But what is interesting is that these particles possess silanol groups that can be functionalized with different groups. For example, with this molecule, we can change the silanol group to an amine group, and this is very important because in physiological pH, these nanoparticles possess a negative theta potential, and these particles can have a positive theta potential. That we can have nanoparticles with the same size, but different cells on the cursor. The same with other type of molecules. In this way, we can produce nanoparticles that are suitable to transport and deliver different molecules. This is an example that we use these physical particles with different modifications, and we evaluate the capacity to absorb different antibiotics, for example, gentamicin, and we observe that these nanoparticles with this modification, which are the particles with negative theta potential, possess the ability to transport, to absorb the highest amount of these antibiotics, but in the case of another antibiotic like rifampicin, these are the particles more adequate for this purpose. In step forward, we also can prepare one particle with the grafting to absorb the first graft. In our case was an antibiotic, but this can be used for different molecules, different drugs. Then we can make a cell, seal it again, make the second grafting, and absorb the second graft. In this case, we have one particle with the ability to deliver two different molecules, two different antibiotics in our case, but we can use them for different molecules. In this way, we have one particle with the fifth grafting, and we absorb the gentamicin. Then we make a silica cell with the modification and the second antibiotic. We have these cocktail particles with the ability to deliver both antibiotics. We evaluate the release of these, and we observe that both the gentamicin in the inside core of the particle and the rifampicin in the outside shell of the particle can be released. And we evaluate the antimicrobial activity of these particles. And we observe that the nanoparticles alone don't have any antimicrobial activity. The particles only with rifampicin don't have antimicrobial activity in this case, because this antibiotic is not effective against these gram-negative bacteria. The nanoparticles with gentamicin are effective against these bacteria, and the particles with both antibiotics possess similar activity because the second antibiotic is not effective. But in the case of Staphylococcus aureus, gram-positive bacteria, we observe that again that the particles alone don't have any microbial activity. The particles with only rifampicin have activity, the same for the particles with only gentamicin, but the particles with both antibiotics possess a higher antimicrobial activity. here example in which we apply these particles to transport small molecules like antibiotics, but we can also use these particles for other type of molecules or therapeutic molecules which are more complex. For example, we use these particles to produce nanoparticles with the ability to absorb and transport growth hormones. You know, this is a problem in the administration of these hormones. You can know about Messi, for example, and they need application inspections every day. And if we can produce a drug delivery system with a sustained release, we can diminish the need of application every day. In this way, we prepare different types of particles and evaluate the absorption of the hormone on these particles. There are particles with different surface modifications. They were all around 180 nanometers. We evaluate the absorption isotope of the growth hormone, and in this way we can assess which was the nanoparticle with the best characteristics to absorb and deliver this protein. In this way, we use these nanoparticles to prepare a nanocomposite. This means that we introduce these particles in a collagen hydrogen, a collagen scaffold. This is a biocompatible scaffold. And we evaluate the release of the hormone from this system. When we have only the collagen, this is a highly porous material, as you can see here, and the release was very fast. If we have only the particles, the release was not fast, but it's also very fast. But in our nanocomposites, we managed to have a sustained release for 15 days, for example. So this means that during this period, it's not necessary to apply again treatment. So this is very interesting. We also evaluate these nanoparticles to transport and deliver other type of molecules, in this case, other proteins. You know, proteins are very important and have some difficulties because to be active, they must fit a three-dimensional structure or four-dimensional in some cases. And in some cases, upon absorption in a material, they can be denatured and lose this structure. Well, in our system, we prepare different nanoparticles with positive and negative beta potential. We absorb different proteins, EPA, interleukin-1 beta, beta, and we also evaluate the absorption of these three different proteins in different molecular ways, different isoelectric bonds. This means that they have different net shares at physiological pH. And in this way, considering these properties, we can now evaluate the absorption isotope of this protein and see in which particles, for example, in the particles with positive beta potential, we have the absorption of protein with a net share, negative net share, and in particles with a negative beta potential are more suitable for particles with a positive net share at physiological pH. These are a few examples about the utilization of nanoparticles for the delivery of different therapeutic molecules. But nanoparticles can also have an impact directly in different cells. For example, the size of the nanoparticles is very important. You observe that when we expose cells involved in the immunological system, small nanoparticles can interact with the cells, but they don't affect the normal proliferation of the cells. They don't produce the cytosolification of the cells. So these small nanoparticles, 10 nanometers, are suitable for the delivery of different molecules. But nanoparticles about 200 nanometers, when they are in contact with these cells, they produce the activation of the cells, a pro-inflammatory activation with the production of different molecules related to the inflammatory response of the cell, expression of molecular markers in the membrane. There is also a damage in the membrane of the cell, and the proliferation was lower. So these particles possess a pro-inflammatory effect, and they can be used as an adjuvant in vaccines because they can stimulate the inflammatory response. Another factor that we must consider in the particles and the interaction with the cells apart from the size is the surface curve, the net curve of the nanoparticles, of the theta potential of these particles. Because negative theta potential, as I mentioned, can affect the ability and proliferation of the cell, can produce activation of the cell in a pro-inflammatory way, with the increased expression or production of monomodulatory proteins. But if we change these particles with an amine group, this means that they have a positive theta potential, the proliferation of the cell was not affected, and the production of molecules related to the pro-inflammatory effect is lower. So the surface state of the particles is also very important. So we are now exposed to nanoparticles in different steps from their introduction, their use. You know that there are many products that claim to contain nanoparticles, but during the disposal of these nanoparticles can reach the environment, and here different properties and characteristics of the nanoparticles are important. Size and shape, as I told you recently, two examples, but also the degradability, the structure, and also there are many environmental factors that can determine the interaction with human, animal, and the environment. These environmental factors include pH, temperature, light, the presence of other substances, and the mode of action, the main mechanism of action of nanoparticles are related to oxidative stress, but also mechanical damage, the accumulation, chromotoxicity could be involved in the mechanism of toxicity of these nanoparticles when they reach the environment. This means that during the nanoparticle production, they can reach the environment, and here in the environment there are many works that describe the toxicity of this material in different organisms, from fish, mussels, algae, and different biological systems. Indeed, if you see here is an example for silicon nanoparticles, but you can use this for other types of nanoparticles. The number of publications was increasing very fast during the last 20 years, but there is also an increase on the work related to toxicity of these nanoparticles. So this is something that is really being evaluated nowadays. This is because there are described nanotoxic effects on different organisms, from fish, mussels, algae, and these toxicological effects can be related to different factors. For example, we evaluate in these mussels that nanoparticles, in this case bigger nanoparticles, can be accumulated in the soft tissues of these mussels, and this accumulation is highly dependent on the amount of nanoparticles to which they are exposed. So if we increase the amount in the water, they can accumulate higher amounts of these nanoparticles. And the accumulation of nanoparticles also depends on the time of exposure. For example, in this fish model, observe that after 16 days, the accumulation is significantly higher than after 5 days of exposure to silver nanoparticles. So the time of exposure is also quite important. But the accumulation of these nanoparticles is not only present in the gills of the fish, this is in another fish model, but we also observe nanoparticles in brain and liver. And in all these tissues, the presence of silver nanoparticles can affect the activity of different enzymes, especially those enzymes related to the antioxidant defense of the tissue, which means that we will have an increased level of reactive oxygen species that can damage the cells and tissues of the tissue. And this is related to the release of silver ions from the nanoparticles, because these silver ions are the responsible of the interaction with different proteins, enzymes, lipids of the cell membrane, and so on. But the release of these silver ions is highly dependent on the molecules that are present in the environment. For example, here we observe that if we have humic acid, this is a representative organic matter present in the environment, the release of silver ion was significantly lower, but when the accumulation of nanoparticles, when compared to the accumulation of can stabilize the silver nanoparticles, and the accumulation in the tissues is significantly low. But there are different mechanisms by which these nanoparticles can produce toxic effects, not only by the interaction, direct interaction with the organism, they can interact with other species present in the environment, for example with algae. This algae can increase the dissolution of the nanoparticles, these silver ions, and this can contribute to the toxicological effect. So the interaction in an environment is really complex. And the toxicity of the nanoparticles obviously depends on different factors, both from the nanoparticles, for example, the concentration, the agglomeration, the size, the shape of the nanoparticles. There are also different toxicity mechanisms from inflammation, oxidative stress, accumulation, and there are also environmental factors that can affect the toxicity, for example, the time of exposure, the temperature, the exposure to other substances. And here is what appears the green synthesis or green chemistry that represents a significantly eco-friendly system, because it generates less amount of waste, it's a spatial process, it has many important characteristics for the environment, and we combine green chemistry with nanotechnology, we can have eco-friendly, safe, cost-effective, and dynamic process. I thought that there are any representation of this topic during this conference, so this is very interesting. And in all these cases, we have precursors, chemicals, for example, salt, we have clean sources like biomolecules, microorganisms, plants, different synthesis conditions from pH, temperature, and concentration of precursors and clean components. And what is interesting is that it is possible to obtain materials with different size, morphology, porosity, for different applications. This is another field where the production is increasing very fast. We know the gene chemistry, the number of publications increases very fast, but most of them are related to the gene synthesis of nanomaterials. This is because this green synthesis allows the production of different nanomaterials and nanostructures from silver, zinc, copper, gold, iron, and many others can be produced by green synthesis. Indeed, in our lab, we produce nanoparticles from different materials, from copper, zinc, silver. You know, they can have different shapes and size. For example, these silver nanoparticles here are these particles of copper with two spots or these nanofilms or this is a field that is very interesting for me and my team here in Argentina, and we also have recently edited a book with two collaborators there in India, where each topic is related to a different material.
Sir, sorry to interrupt in between. You have 2 more minutes to finish, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
These differences use different plants or different systems. You can reduce the metal ions to produce nanoparticles, and these particles can be stabilized with this short components. So this is very interesting because you can have particles with this component absorbed on the surface, and you can have particles with antimicrobial activity, antioxidant, they are biocompatible. I will go a bit faster. Here is another example of another particle with different applications. And these biosynthesized nanoparticles can have application in different fields, from target delivery, cosmetics, bioremediation. They have many interesting properties when compared to conventional techniques, because they are sustained memory, they are safer. But the last concept is the concept of safety by design, because if we introduce this concept from the beginning of the synthesis, and if we know which are the characteristics of the properties that make them detrimental for the health of human, animal, and the environment, we can avoid those properties, and from the design of the particle, produce safer materials. That is why it's very important to integrate these concepts, the lean synthesis, the safety by design, and the one health, because all the health of human, animals, and the environment are closely related. Well, just to finish, we also want to enhance our process of learning and teaching, expand our frontiers, and especially foster partnership and collaboration. So you are welcome to get in contact and to ask any question or to see any kind of collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Martin, for such a wonderful and insightful talk. And we are really thankful to you for sparing the time and giving us time for this wonderful talk. Thank you so much, sir. So can I request for the questions, Professor Martin? Any 1 or 2 questions?
Yes, of course.
Anyone would like to ask any question? Yeah. Sir, please.
So Professor Martin, a very interesting talk. I was just wondering, maybe I missed it in your talk, but what's the relationship between size of a particle that you would like to load onto a nanoparticle? What is the limit of size that you can load on a nanoparticle?
Well, this really depends on the molecule and on the nanoparticle. You know, we use it for small molecules like antibiotics. We use it for other proteins. But at one point, what we want to have is a nanoparticle with the protein or the molecule absorbed on the surface. If the molecule is too big, you will have and the particles are stopping So this is what we want to avoid. We want to have a nanoparticle with the molecule absorbed on the surface. So the size of the protein for the molecule depends on each molecule. You know, some molecules of 3.5 kilodalton, for example, they have 2 nanometers in size, so they can be absorbed perfectly in a nanoparticle.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very insightful.
Thank you, Professor Martin, for taking up the question, and thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much again.
Thank you, sir. So now we are heading towards the oral presentations. So oral presentations will be in three different rooms. So you all can divide according to your presentation rooms. The schedule is already shared with you all. So there will be few students will be here, 005. The others can shift to 006A and 006B. So from now onwards, I hand over the session to Dr. Mridula and Dr. Nupur. Please.
Everyone, please pay attention. I'm announcing the names of participants who have to be present in here as well. Mr. Indresh Singh, Nazifi Yahuza Tosho, Abdurrahman Said Baba, Ruchika Sivach, Suleiman Saleh Suleiman, Rukaya Abdullahi Garko, Sanjeev Patil, Ojega, Bindu Yadav, Ahmed Aminu, Salim Aliyu, and Usman Mohammed. Please be present here. And those who have not uploaded their presentations on the drive, please do submit your PPTs here. सर ले रहे हैं लोग प्रेजेंटेशन अभी तक तो ये वाली पेन ड्राइव लगा दी I would like to request Dean SS. Due to some emergency, our session chair, Dr. S.K. Srivastav sir, has to leave. So I request Dean sir, Professor Chamal Kumar Banerjee sir, to please felicitate sir with a memento. Sir, please come on stage. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. I hope you are quite energetic after lunch, everyone. So please, once again.
My sincere apologies for not being able to make it, you know. Some sudden emergency at home. Next time. Yesterday night only I got the message, so I had to. No problem, sir. You know, to Indore and all that, you know. Pack kar do. Yeah, please.
ये पैक कर दो.
But you know, I love this university. I have seen it frequently.
Participants who have to present their PPTs here, please do submit your presentations or pen drives in near the audit podium, please. One by one or all of them? I'm calling out the names again. Please, I hope you all have submitted your PPTs. Indresh Singh, Nazifi, Yahuza, Abdurrahman Said Baba, Ruchika Sivach, Suleiman Saleh, Rukaiya Abdullahi, Sanjeev Patil, Ujaiga, Bindu Yadav, Ahmad Aminu Ibrahim, Salim Aliyu Yusuf, and Usman Muhammad. Is everyone present here? Yeah. Okay, so first presentation of the day is Mr. Indresh Singh. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
So, good afternoon, everyone. As we move ahead towards our technical session, I would like to introduce our session chair for this particular slot, Professor P.K. Singh. Professor P.K. Singh is HOD, Department of Physics and Environment, Sharda School of Basic Sciences and Research. He completed his PhD from Banaras Hindu University. Professor Singh has a postdoctoral experience of over 6 years, and he has worked in South Korea, Norway, and Turkey. Professor Singh has published several national and international papers and book chapters. He has been associated as editorial board member of several international journals. Professor Singh's research domain is in the area of polymer electrolyte, nanoporous materials for energy devices, dye-sensitized solar cells, and supercapacitors. With these words, I request Professor Singh to take over the session. One important announcement, every oral presenter will be given a total time of 10 minutes, 8 minutes for the presentation, and 2 minutes for question answers. Okay, so here we start with the first presenter, that is Mr. Indresh Singh.
Very good afternoon, respected teachers, my dear friends. Today I, Indresh Singh, stand before you to represent my work that is entitled as New Biocompatible and Functionalized Polyurethane Sponges for Efficient Separation of Oil from Different Emulsions. Now, coming to the introduction part, I will like to brief you about the polyurethane foams. That is basically a combination of two moieties. One is known as a polyhydroxyl group containing moiety, and the second one is isocyanate, which act as a cross-linker. And this, they both combine together to form a polyurethane linkage, which ultimately leads to the formation of polyurethane foams. And this reaction is exothermic by nature. So this is the overall summary of my work. As you can see, so I have used dextrose. This is biologically obtained compound, as well as tartaric acid. So we have done some modification into the tartaric acid, and we were able to successfully design a polyurethane foam. And this polyurethane foam we use for efficient separation of oils from oil-water emulsion. So this, coming to the structural characterization, we went for IR structural characterization, which shows that NH and OH vibrations lies in their respective region, as well as the further CO of polyurethane foams and the CN of amide also lies in their respective region. The XRD data reveals that it is having an amorphous nature. We also checked the thermal stability of our polyurethane foams, which shows that it is stable in the range of 300 to 400 degrees Celsius, as well as they are having a very good thermal stability, which was helpful for our application purpose. Now moving the SEM images shows that it is having a highly porous nature. So firstly, we proved that our foam is hydrophobic by nature. So for this, what I did, I took dyed water, and we dipped our foam into the water, and we left it for 20 minutes. After that, we can see in the image that there was no efficient absorption of water on the foam, because our foam still lies decolorized. After that, we also went for the contact angle analysis. So contact angle analysis, in the first image, it is about the water. So we can see there is a droplet, and it is having a contact angle more than 92 degree, which confirms that it is having a hydrophobic nature. But when we went for different oils like petrol, diesel, toluene, and mustard, so we can see there is no droplet formation, because the oil or different effluents are getting absorbed successfully into the foam. So we also went for optical image analysis. So as you can see, the first 4 images, these are the optical images of oil emulsion. But after one dip of our foam, so normal dipping, we can see there is a efficient decrease in the bubbles. So this shows that it is absorbing oil. The same thing was also measured with the weight analysis. So we took 100 mg of our foam, and we tested for different oils. And you can see that it was having a higher capacity for different oils, but it is while having very less capacity for water. This is basically because mere absorption of water on the upper surface of the foam. So further moving to the reusability of the foam, so we repeated this for at least one foam can be repeated for 15 cycles. So we tested it for the 15 cycles. So you can see that firstly we took the mustard oil emulsion, and we dipped our foam into that. So after successful 3 times of emulsion, so dipping of the foam, as this emulsion contains 1:5 ml of mustard oil and 5 ml of water. So we can see that foam oil was totally absorbed by our polyurethane foams, and these foams and water is retracted back, and we can see these foam can be washed again, and they are easily available for their reusability also. So we can reuse these foams for further our application. So this is the reusability cycle. So this chart, line chart, basically explains us that we were able to collect all the oil, absorbed oil, by simple washing method. And there was no efficient loss after 15 cycle also, as I started from the 5 ml. This further for checking our foam stability, like it is having good tensile strength or compression strength or not. We also went for some mechanical analysis, which includes tensile and compression strength, and the result easily shows that it is having a highly elastomer nature. So this is very good. So because we are thinking to apply in oil spills industry and marine industry, so it was a very major factor. We tested that, and we also were successful in getting a good elastomer nature of the foam. So here I conclude my work. Thank you so much. I would like to thank Sharda University for giving me this platform to represent my work. And I would also like to thank my guide, Dr. Akila Shivaramakrishnan sir, for his superior guidance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Indresh, sir?
Thank you. Very interesting work. Just on the TGA,
yes, sir.
You have an initial weight loss of maybe 10, 15, 12%.
Yes, sir.
What's that for?
So basically, when we are synthesizing the foam, some of the free hydroxyl groups are available on the upper surface of the foam. So that is initially it is getting degraded. So free hydroxyl groups. But after some time, we can see there is less degradation, sir. It might be because of other free hydroxyl groups are getting cross-linked with the help of cross-linker like TDI, sir.
Can I ask another question?
Yes, sir.
On the mechanical property, can you just show the last slide with the mechanical? So
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between left and right? This is the same material?
Yes, sir. It is the same material. So the first graph is for tensile strength, and second one is for compression strength, sir. Yes, sir.
Then why you have like a slippage? You have like 6% strain, no stress, right?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Sir, it is because when we are applying some force in the compression strength and tensile strength, so initially it is not getting damaged. But when we are increasing the foam, then because it is foam, sir, not too much force it can tolerate at once, so it is getting braked. So that's why. And yes, sir.
So you have to go to 6-7% with no stress. See the first line.
Yes, sir.
There is a lot of deformation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Little stress or no stress.
Yes, sir.
There is deformation.
So that would be, I think, because of very little of much of stress that foam can tolerate it, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful question and answer. Please, anyone else has a question? Okay, thank you, sir. Next up, we have Ms. Nazifi Yahuza Soho. Sorry.
So, the chairman of the panel, in person of, okay, and other, okay, yes. Good day. My name is Nazifi Yahuza Soho from the Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry, Sharda University. So, My topic of presentation is polymer electrolyte infused with ionic liquid and sodium iodide for supercapacitor applications. So this is the content of my presentations. We have introduction, methodology, characterization, results, and discussion and conclusions. Then, firstly, let me give a brief introduction about a supercapacitor. A supercapacitor is a type of energy storage that store and release energy very quickly, unlike ordinary capacitor. Basically, there are different types of supercapacitors. We have electrical double layer capacitors, we have hybrid capacitors, we have pseudo capacitors. All those three types of capacitor functions the same, but only differ in the storage mechanisms. Because in electrical double layer capacitors, store energy in a form of electrostatic capacitance, while in pseudo capacitor, store charges in redox reaction, that is, which include transfer of electrons. Then hybrid capacitor combine the properties of the electrical double layer as well as hybrid capacitors. So here is a schematic representation of the electrical double layer capacitors. So let me give brief an explanation what is inside supercapacitor. A supercapacitor consists of current collector made up of aluminiums and an electrolyte made up of activated carbon material and separator made up of krypton, with an electrolyte inside supercapacitor and which contains ions distributed randomly, as you can see from the diagram. So during charges, as you can see, sorry. Yes.
Technical error.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. As you can see, when the charger is connected across the supercapacitors, sorry. When the charger is connected across the supercapacitor, the positive electrode start to attract the negative electrode, making a layer across it, like you can see. And similarly, the negative electrodes start to attract positive ions from the electrolyte, making a layer across it. These two layers forming is called electrical double layer, which is called, this type of capacitor is called electrical double layer capacitors. So all the three types of this supercapacitor functions the same mechanisms, but only differ in the storage mechanisms. So let me give a brief introduction about polymer electrolyte. A polymer electrolyte is a type of material, is a type of electrolyte. Okay, let me. Okay, sir. Yes. Okay, sir. So the polymer is synthesized by using solution cast method, but there is several methods for synthesis of polymer, but I choose solution cast method because it is simplicity, and as well it gives uniform distribution of the across the polymer electrolyte. That is why I selected. Then I measure 500 milligram of the polymer. I dissolve it in the water, but firstly I make it a comparative studies to see between polymer and polymer with salt and polymer with salt with electrolyte to see which one has the highest conductivity among the three. But this is the method of the synthesis. I measure the 500 milligram of the polymer, which is PBA. I dissolve it in the water, in the ionized water. I take it into the stirrer for 2 hours in order to dissolve. After it dissolves, as you can see, I add sodium iodide at my salt. After I continue stirring for 2 hours. After 2 hours, I add ionic liquid. So I will keep it continuous stirring all to 12 hours in order to obtain the homogeneous mixture. After the polymer is prepared, I cast the polymer on a petri dish as you can see, and I dry it at room temperature. Here I obtain the film of the polymer, salt, and ionic liquid. Okay. This is a polarized microscope image of PBA with salt, PBA with salt and ionic liquid. So if you look at the pure image of the pure polymer, it is have uniform structure which comprehends the polymer semi-crystal in nature. By adding sodium iodide and ionic liquid, the morphological it appears a dark area which shows that the semi-crystal in nature is converted into amorphous material. So this is a FTIR of pure polymer with salt, and polymer with salt with ionic liquid. So polymer, if you look at the result, there is peak around 3,300, broad peak around 3,300 to 3,500 centimeter inverse, showing the OH bond. There is peak around 200, around 2,500 to 300, which shows a CH bond. And there is peak also around the 1,500 to 2,000, which showing the presence of the CH bond. Yes, this is a measurement of the conductivity. The conductivity is measured by using this relation where R is bulk resistance and A is the area of the electrode, and the conductivity optimized film was calculated to be 2.9 times 10 raised power.
If you want to conclude.
Okay. So this is a comparative study which I did. This is a comparative study which I did. If we look at the conductivity of the pure polymer, is found to be 6.01 exponential minus 6, and sodium with salt is found to be 1.7 exponential minus 5, and sodium with salt with ionic liquid was found to be 4.6 times 10 raised power of minus 10, which have the highest conductivity. Yes.
Okay, please give him a huge round of applause. The stage is open for question and answers now. Does anyone have a question?
Yeah, I have several questions. Okay. Time being, I cannot say. Okay.
Your figure number 2 is totally wrong. You discuss with your own supervisor.
Okay, sir.
And this one might not, you can say, time to just correct slides. I request all of you, since you are working with any supervisor or teacher, so just mention his own contribution in your first slide. Everybody know that you are working with any one supervisor. So starting slide, at least mention her or his own name, that you are working with which group.
Okay, sir.
And there are many flaws, many, I think it's better after this conference you meet me in my laboratory.
Okay, sir.
Okay?
Yes,
Many
sir.
several.
Yes, sir.
But it's a nice presentation.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, just a quick question. Why did you use this ionic liquid? You have ionic liquid, right? Yes. Why did you select this one? Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Please, a huge round of applause. Just sleep. Next up, we have Abdur Rahman Syed Baba.
Which PPT is yours? You show me. Better. How can I use the highlighter? How can I use it? The highlighter. Okay. Okay. And this is up and down. This one is which is your PPT? Zero 70. 070. 070. इसको बुलाना. This one. This one is left. Left. Okay. So the chairman of the present session, in person of Professor P.K. Singh, the respected professors, the coordinators, and my fellow students, a very good afternoon to you all. My name is Abdurrahman Saeed Baba, and I'm highly delighted to be here present to present my topic, a topic titled Publication of Nano-Composite-Based Electrode for Electrochemical Sensing of Chromium. And the present study was conducted under the supervision of Professor Anupam Agol, who is the HOD, head of the Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry, Sharda University. So coming to the introduction, it is believed worldwide that chromium present in the effluent released from various chemical industries is the major contaminant to the environment, and it causes dangerous effects to the ecosystem and the human health. However, the conventional method is inefficient and expensive instrument. So there is need to develop a low-cost method for sensing and eliminating this toxicant. So the present study is aimed at developing a low-cost and effective sensor electrode for sensing this toxicant, that is particularly chromium. So here is the objective of the present study: the synthesis of copper oxide nanoparticle and silver nanoparticles, synthesis of nanocomposite, design and fabricate sensor-based electrode using silver, and testing the performance of nanocomposite-based electrode. Before I proceed with the method, let me just explain some points. The present study, we synthesize copper oxide nanoparticle and silver oxide nanoparticle. Copper oxide nanoparticle does not show a good performance for sensing of chromium, while silver nanoparticle shows good performance of sensing chromium. But due to some reasons, I switch with nanocomposite because silver, due to problem of agglomeration and high cost of the silver, we switch immediately with the synthesis of nanocomposite base. So this synthesis of the nanocomposite base
is divided into three parts. The present study utilizes green method for the synthesis of this nanocomposite. Firstly, we prepare the iron-rich cold fly ash polydopamine. We prepared the flower extract, and finally, our target nanocomposite bed was synthesized. About 12 grams of the flower waste was prepared into 500 ml, into 50 ml of distilled water, and then filtered, and it is used for the further use. Then iron-rich cold fly ash polydopamine was prepared. About 10 millimolar was prepared in 500 ml and mixed with 1 gram of polydopamine and also 1 gram of iron-rich cold fly ash. And then it was continuously stirred overnight for 24 hours. And then later it is filtered, and the residue was dried at room temperature and is used for the further use. And this is the mechanism of the synthesis of iron-rich cold fly ash polydopamine silver nanocomposite. So different techniques was employed to characterize this nanocomposite base. These are the result of the energy dispersive X-ray, and it reveals the presence of element in the prepared material, where silver, iron, oxygen, carbon, silicon, aluminum, and titanium is present in the prepared material. And the result of the FE-SEM of iron-rich cold fly ash polydopamine silver nanocomposite reveals the hollow spherical structure with the with silver at the surface. This is the electrode which we designed in the present study. Actually, the total weight of this electrode is 1 gram, which contains the active material, that is the iron-rich cold fly ash polydopamine silver nanocomposite and the carbon. Firstly, we designed the electrode without the active material, and later on we modified the surface using the iron-rich cold fly ash polydopamine silver nanocomposite. And this is the mechanism of the chromium detection. Usually, the electrochemical reaction occur at the surface. So to understand the depths into this electrochemical reaction, I tried and designed the surface of the electrode where the reduction and the oxidation take place. The chromium 2 plus oxidizes to chromium 0, and then it reduces to chromium 0 and then oxidizes to chromium 2 plus. And this is the cyclic voltammetry results of the present study. Actually, the cyclic voltammetry is the plot of the current versus potential, which uses 3 electrode system. The reference electrode, okay, thank you. The reference electrode and the working electrode and the counter electrode, where the glassy carbon, that is the working electrode of the cyclic voltammetry, was replaced with the undesigned electrode, where the electrochemical reaction takes place. We check the performance of our electrode using the ferricyanide as redox proof. And then this is the CV for the unmodified electrode, while this is the cyclic voltammetry voltamogram of the modified electrode. And also another technique, that is electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, was also employed to check the performance of the electrode. Usually, due to the electron transfer at the surface of the electrode, resistance developed. So in this, we can see the plot of the real and the imaginary resistance in ohm, where the red one is for the unmodified electrode and the black one signifies the modified electron. So the unmodified electrode has high high resistance, and the modified electrode has low resistance, which should confirm the conduction of the modified electrode. Conclusion, the present study has successfully demonstrated the synthesis of nanomaterial for sensing application using gain synthesis, and then developed material have shown promising properties and potential for sensing application. Thank you.
Please give him a round of applause. Any questions?
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for this nice presentation at least. Now come to coal plot, means Nyquist plot. Come to the slide where you put Nyquist plot. Yeah. What do you want to say using this graph? I want to know, using this graph, what you want to say, what message you want to give us.
So actually, using this graph, I want to compare the resistance of the modified electrode and the unmodified electrode, because in the cyclic voltammetry we have seen how, and we have seen the conductivity of the modified electrode and the unmodified.
So what do you think? High resistance is good or low resistance is good?
For the modified electrode, high resistance is not good actually, and for the unmodified, we can say it is little bit good, because it signifies that the activity of our material is good for the sensing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please give him a round of applause. That was a very good presentation. Next up, we have Saleh Suleiman. Please be present for the presentation.
Salim Aliyu? No. Suleiman. I've uploaded. It's not here? It's not here, but I uploaded.
You uploaded it, but I copied it in there, no? It's not, this was in yours, no?
No. Suleiman.
This, no? Suleiman Idris. No?
No.
Then it wasn't there.
So I can. I don't know how to put it. Only in the system. But I have uploaded. You have online?
I have online.
On the mail? Yeah. Go ahead, please go ahead. Numbers. Mail ID. 2023. No, college.
Sharda?
Oh, I should bring my system. Suleiman is there. Suleiman.
यहाँ पे?
Yeah. Suleiman.
Suleiman?
At Sharda. Right. By PhD is there?
Where?
Yes, in the mail.
आगे?
Suleiman at PhD.
At the PhD?
At PhD dot.
PhD आगे?
Dot. Sharda. Like this. No at. At is not there, right? कहानी बोली पूरी. Oh, I should bring my laptop. Before the next presenter.
20238000278 Suleiman.
Dot Suleiman.
Dot Suleiman.
At
@PhD.
At PhD. Dot chef. But PhD is after at.
After?
After. PhD name. Suleiman. At PhD. Dot chef.
PhD dot Sharda. No, dot is dot in.
No, at. Oh, next presenter should present. Then I will forward you to your email before next presenter present. We'll call next presenter.
You
If
tell me your mail ID. You have a laptop here?
Due to some problem, Suleiman will present his presentation later. Next up, we have Salihu Alhaji Musa. Please come on stage. Is he not present? Okay, then we'll move on to the next participant. Next is Ruqayya Abdullahi.
This chairman of the present session, my respected professors and colleagues, good evening. Okay. My name is Ruqayya Abdullahi Garko, and I'm going to talk on the topic T-leaves modified carbon-based electrode for the voltammetric determination of lead ion in water sample under the supervision of Dr. Shashank Sharma. Okay. These are the contents. Let's move to the introduction. First of all, we have to know what are heavy metals. Heavy metals are metals that have density more than 5 grams per cm cube, and they have atomic number greater than 62. And these metals sometimes are important for human body metabolism, like zinc, copper, but some are highly toxic even in trace amounts, like lead and arsenic. So various electrochemical techniques have been used to detect them in various environmental samples. And in this study, we used tea leaves to modify the glassy carbon electrode in order to improve its sensitivity. Also, we used voltammetric techniques, which are we use the cyclic voltammetry, and also the sensing process was carried out using the 3 electrode system, that is sensing electrode, reference electrode, and counter electrode. Tea leaves modification. Tea leaves have contain polyphenolic compounds, and they have antioxidant properties, and also they have chelating properties. So tea leaves were chosen to modify the carbon graphite electrode to improve its sensitivity. This is the objective of the study, that is to prepare the cost-effective and eco-friendly electrode by using waste tea leaves for the voltammetric determination of lead ion, and also to optimize condition of the method for the determination of lead by differential force analytic stripping voltammetry. This is the methodology. First of all, we rinse tea leaves dry and we crush it, and we mix. Then we mix graphite powder with mineral oil. After mixing, then we substitute the mixture of the graphite powder and the mineral oil with amount of the tea powder, that is in the proportion of 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%, and 35%. And after making the substitution, the mixture was pressed into a glass rod, that is glass tube. These are the electrodes, and after making the electrodes, we use the electrochemical technique, that is the use of 3 electrodes, and our electrode serves as the working electrode, and this is the stripping and the deposition of the lead ion by oxidizing and reducing. That is the process for the stripping and depositing. And this is the result. First of all, we calibrate our electrode by the cyclic voltammetry, and the red one is our electrode, and the blue one is the electrode we bought from the market. And we from the graph, we can see that there is decrease in current. This shows that our electrode have more sensitivity than the normal graphite electrode. And also electrochemical characterization was carried out. That is, first of all, we did cyclic voltammetry to study the effect of the modification, and from the graph we can see that there is, as the concentration of the tea powder increase, then there is decrease in the current. That means the sensitivity of the electrode increases as the percentage of the tea leaves is increased in the electrode. Also, we did differential force analytic stripping voltammetry to evaluate the sensor's ability to detect lead ion. Also, as the concentration, as the percentage of the tea powder is increased in the electrode, then the more sensitivity the electrode becomes. We have the significance of this study. The tea leaves is cost-effective, eco-friendly, and it have continuous and rapid measurement, and it requires minimum usage of reagents. And in conclusion, we can say that the tea leaf modified carbon-based electrode have applications in monitoring environmental monitoring, industrial processes, and also it is cost-effective and eco-friendly. Thank you.
Nice presentation. So you have added different amount of tea leaf.
What?
You added different amount of tea leaf to the
Yes.
carbon.
Yes.
What was the best performance? When you had 30%, or what was the best performing electrode? How much tea leaf gives you the best performance?
The one with 35% of tea leaves.
Okay, so can you tell me what's the mechanism? Why tea leaves makes the performance better?
Because it have polyphenolic groups. It have some hydroxide. It have more sensitivity to the lead ions. It form chelate with the it have the presence of catechins in the tea leaves.
Okay.
Make it to be chelating agent to delete iron.
Can you make your electrode only from tea leaves?
What?
Can you make it only from tea leaves without carbon?
Oh, I didn't check that.
Can you make an electrode? Is it possible to make the electrode without carbon or 90% tea leaf? Why do you need, if tea leaf is better for sensing, why you have 70% carbon? Why not go into 50-50 or 60? Can you still make an electrode or not? Having more tea leaf. Why did you stop at 35? Why didn't try more? Because tea leaf is cheaper, right?
Okay.
And it's getting better performance. Why did you stop at 35?
Okay. Okay, it is a good suggestion. I will try that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please give it a huge round of applause, everyone. Next up, we have Suleiman.
Hello, my respected Dean, School of Sciences, Chair of this session, our special guest, my respected faculties, research scholars, and my fellow students. Very good evening to everyone. I greet you with the best greetings today. My name is Mr. Saleh Suleiman. I'm from the Chemistry Department, School of Basic Science and Research. I'm here to present my paper with the title Sustainable Dye Successful Dye Removal by Using Acacia Plant Extracts. If we can see, based on the industrialization, there is high usage of dye in industries due to manufacturing of plastics, paper, and some other manufacturing items that require dye. So that dye, it goes into our water and contaminates the water. It's polluted the water, which is harmful into human system. So we are trying to see how we can find an eco-friendly materials, low-cost materials that can eliminate the dye from the water, and our source of water will become portable and safe for human consumption. So after going through a lot of literature, I decided to pick up an acacia plant to work on it to see what are the potentials attached to it in order to eliminate dye in water. It is estimated that over 7% or almost 105 tons and 10,000 different types of synthetic dyes and pigments are produced annually, which it's released from industries and it goes into our groundwater and it's contaminated with a projected market growth of about $13 billion by 2025, which is large quantity. We have to look for a sustainable way that we can eliminate this dye into our water. However, the incentive use of subsequent discharge of such recalcitration and stable dyes have become a major source of water pollution so far now in most of our urban cities and for severe human hazard like kidney crystals, kidney failure, and so on and so on. we have classifications of dyes. We have natural dyes and synthetic dyes, which are all hazardous when they get into our water, and they were mentioned here. We can see the environmental sustainability of acacia plant. That's the main point, how acacia can be used to eliminate dye from water. And acacia plant extracts are naturally renewable, and they are biodegradable resources, making them a more environmentally friendly alternative in order to be using synthetic reagents and energy incentive dye removal method. The use of acacia plant extract can reduce the reliance on chemical-based treatment. Most of our conventional water supply system are using chemicals and reagents for treatment. So by using such kind of green synthesis materials, it may reduce the harm of those chemicals in our water. A successful implementation of acacia-based dye removal technologies can help to mitigate the negative impact of dye-containing influence on aqueous ecosystem and promote the long-term sustainability of water resources. Economic and social benefit of acacia plant. Acacia plant developing is an cost-friendly materials, low-cost materials, and it is accessible everywhere. It can be found in Africa, it can be found here. So it's a common plant that can grow without so much curing. It can grow without a constant supply of water. By using acacia plant extract can benefit industries, particularly those in developing regions, by providing a more affordable and readily available alternative to a conventional treatment method, obviously. The successful adoption of acacia-based dye removal technology can contribute to the overall sustainability of industrial process, leading to cost saving. Instead of using high cost chemicals, by using this, it will save costs as well and increase business competitive in between the industries. The exploitation of acacia plant extract as a dye removal agent can contribute to the growing scientific knowledge on the application of natural plants. Okay, sir. Okay. Okay. This is the methodology we used. First of all, we found the plant, bulk, and the root of acacia. We make the preparation of the extract solution, preparation of the metal salt solution, mixed plant extract and metal salt solution. We stir and monitor the reactions constantly with careful looking of changes and other procedures. Characterize the synthesized nanoparticles. Then, in other hand, we're still working on way that we can see whether this acacia plant can be used for sensing the dye as well, not really to eliminate. This sensor is still under process. It's not yet been finalized, but we're working on it. Then we move on to the characterization. After the synthetic procedures, we go for crystallization. We take it for X-ray diffraction. We also take it for UV visible spectroscopy, and so on, because we have to use all these sophisticated devices in order to see the functionality of the synthetic materials. The bioabsorption of the synthetic dyes. Bioabsorption of the synthetic dyes, a kinetic describes the rate of the reactions, making it possible to determine the contact time involved to reach the equilibrium of that reactions. The kinetic absorption of both dyes onto HCl and NOH, it could be seen that the bioabsorption process of brilliant blue is rapid. The equilibrium is reached after 40-minute time. This moment is considered optimal for the removal of 7.789 mg and 6.758 mg of BB dye, respectively, as we can see. As for the methylene blue dye, the optimal time was reached up to 90 minutes. So that means it has a high absorption rate. Therefore, the bioabsorption efficiency of chemically treated acacia southwoods are greater for methylene blue than for brilliant blue. However, it was seen that the NHOH treated sawdust exhibit a higher absorption capacity than that treated by HCl. Dye degradation experiment. The synthetic plant-based nanomaterials will be used for degradation of dye, such as methylene blue, rhodomine, and reactive blue. The dye degradation experiment will be conducted under a different conditions, such as the pH have to be observed, and then the temperature, as well as the concentration of the nanomaterials.
Suleiman, please summarize in 1 minute, okay?
Okay, here are the conclusion. Future research and development efforts focused on addressing these challenges will further enhance the viability and scalability as well as the widespread implementation of the acacia-based textile dye removal technology. Cooperative efforts among researchers is needed, industries, stakeholders, and policymakers, so that it can be derived the transition toward more sustainable and environmentally responsible textile wastewater management practice in order to have a safe, potable water for human consumption. Thank you very much for giving me your attention.
Thank you,
in
sir.
This good evening.
Do we have any questions for Suleiman?
Thank you. Nice presentation. Your adsorbent works well for methylene blue. You get more than 200 milligram per gram.
Yes.
But for brilliant blue, you get less than 10.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain why? Why does it work?
So it shows that the acacia plant is or the dye blue is the blue, the specific dye you are referring to. It has the high absorbent than the other.
Yeah, that's clear. Why? My question is why. Do you know why? Why does it absorb a lot of methylene blue, but very little brilliant blue?
I think due to the active agent in the synthetic materials that we use, the acacia plant.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and then I have one comment. If you go to your conclusions,
Thank you, sir.
I have one question for the conclusions. Can you make these two conclusions before you start your research?
Okay, sir.
No, I'm asking you. Can you make the same conclusions before you start your research, or not?
No, it's.
How is your result? The results affect this. This conclusion is very general, right? You can write them before you. I can make these conclusions without doing any research, right?
Yeah,
but my question is, where is the result of your results? How does it appear in the conclusions? These are very general.
Yeah, it's a general conclusion. Okay, okay. Absolutely.
Yes, conclusion has to say, tell us, for example, it worked for methylene blue, didn't work for brilliant blue. These are conclusions supported by your results.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
It will be adjusted, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very
no,
much.
just for you to learn. I mean,
it's a very good recommendation.
Thank
and
you.
It's noted, sir.
Okay,
thank you very much for listening.
Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Bindu Yadav.
Good evening, one and all present here. I am Bindu Yadav, working under the supervision of Professor P. Venkatesu in University of Delhi. Today I am here to present my work, Interaction of Polydopamine Nanoparticle with Serine and Cysteine protease proteins. So, this is the basic overview that I am going to discuss in my presentation. That first is the introduction to the proteins, then the introduction to the nanoparticles and experimental approach, result and discussion, and followed by the conclusion. So basically, what are the proteins? The proteins are the polymer of the amino acids linked together through the peptide linkage. And on the behalf of the sequencing and the arrangement of the amino acid, the proteins are classified in the 4 categories: primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary. And there are various interactions like disulfide interaction, electrostatic interaction that are responsible for the specific conformation of the proteins. And there are various factors which can influence the protein structure and can lead the aggregation of the protein, denaturation of the protein, and misfolding of the protein. So these factors are the cold, heating, salt concentrations, pressure, and the pH change in the solution. The proteins and enzyme have various applications in pharmaceutics and industry, but the main bottleneck and the main limitation is the stability of the protein. So to enhance the stability of the protein, we have to develop some type of additives, some type of the scaffolds that can provide the stability to the protein, that are the that may be nanoparticles, some co-solvents, some greener solvents like deep eutectic solvents, or some ionic liquids. Sound? Okay. Or some ionic liquids. So here I choose the nanoparticles as the scaffold for the protein stabilization. What are the main reason to choose the nanoparticles? Because it is smaller in size, also a high volume to size, volume to area ratio that provide the surface to the surface to the proteins and can prevent the aggregation of the protein and provide the stability and enhance the stability of the proteins. So in this work, we choose 2 proteins, alpha chymotrypsin and stem bromelain. Both proteins are proteolytic enzymes, and these proteins help to break down the proteins in the smaller amino acid or smaller complexes, and these both are the digestive proteins. So the main difference in these 2 proteins is one is the serine protease and other is the cysteine protease on the active site. In this work, we choose the PDA nanoparticles due to its biocompatibility to the body. So we want to check that this PDA nanoparticle is biocompatible to both the protein or not. This is my experimental approach, that we have choose the PDA nanoparticle and checking the interaction and influence of the nanoparticles with alpha chymotrypsin and stem bromelain. So these are the material and methods we have used in our studies. Firstly, we synthesized PDA nanoparticle and we characterized the nanoparticle through these techniques. And after the characterization, we studied the effect of the PDA nanoparticle on alpha chymotrypsin and stem bromelain using some biophysical techniques like UV visible spectroscopy, steady state fluorescence spectroscopy, UV-CD spectroscopy, and some other techniques. First, we prepared the samples in the trisaxial buffer of pH 7.4, and the concentration of the protein is kept is 0.5 mg per ml, and the concentration of the PDA nanoparticle is varied in between 0.02 to 0.10 mg per ml. This is the result and discussion. So firstly, we characterized the PDA nanoparticle through FTIR spectroscopy and the UV visible spectroscopy and Raman spectroscopy, and the jitter potential that will helpful to know the charge on the PDA nanoparticles. So here we match the results with the literature already reported to the PDA nanoparticles, and we find the PDA nanoparticle are synthesized good. And this is the morphological analysis of the PDA nanoparticle and the size analysis of the PDA nanoparticle through the TAM and FESAM. We found that the PDA nanoparticle are spherical in shape and having the size of below the 100 nanometer. It is approx 75 nanometers. After that, we perform various biophysical techniques to study the influence of these nanoparticles on these 2 proteolytic enzymes. One is the alpha chymotrypsin and second one is the stem bromelain. First, we performed the structural analysis. In this, we utilize UV visible spectroscopy and fluorescence spectroscopy. In UV visible spectroscopy, we can see here that we get a band at 280 nanometers for the proteins, that is shown by the black line, and in presence of the PDA nanoparticles, the absorbance is going to decrease. That is showing that the structural and the bands are keeping intact. It is showing that the PDA nanoparticles are not disturbing the structure of the proteins, and even they are preventing the interaction of the proteins with the polar solvents that is responsible for the decrease in the absorbance. And after that, in the fluorescence spectroscopy, we can see that in the presence of the PDA nanoparticles, the intensity of the protein is going to decrease. This signifies that the PDA nanoparticles are binding with our proteins, and that will be responsible for the quenching in the intensity. And after that, we utilize Stern-Normal plot for finding the quenching constant, and in this we find that the quenching constant in the case of the alpha chymotrypsin is more than the stemmed bromelain. This is showing that the alpha chymotrypsin is making strong binding with the PDA nanoparticle in comparison to stem bromelain. After that, to analyze the secondary structure of these two proteins, we performed far and near UVCD spectroscopy. In this, we get two peaks, one at 22 nanometer and one at 208 nanometer for both the protein, which signifies that both the protein are rich in alpha content, and in presence of the PDA nanoparticle, the negative elasticity of the bands is going to increase. This signifies the secondary structure is maintained in all the in all concentration of the PDA nanoparticles, and also we calculated the percentage secondary structure for both the protein in the presence of the PDA nanoparticle and without PDA nanoparticles. The secondary structure is maintained in the presence of the PDA nanoparticle at all concentrations, suggesting that the PDA nanoparticle is not disturbing the structure of the proteins. After that, we perform DLS experiment, through which we find out the surface charge of the proteins. In the presence of the PDA nanoparticle, the positive charge of the alpha chymotrypsin is increased. This shows that the colloidal stability of the alpha chymotrypsin is increased in case of the PDA nanoparticle, and in case of the stem bromelain, the charge is almost maintained to the buffer only. This is signify the colloidal stability is not disturbed in case of the PDA nanoparticles. For thermal analysis, we perform thermal fluorescence spectroscopy. You can see here that in the presence of PDA nanoparticles, the transition temperature is almost maintained in both the proteins, which signifies that PDA nanoparticle is providing the thermal protection to the proteins. And after that, we perform the proteolytic enzyme activity, and in the presence of the PDA nanoparticle, the activity is almost maintained, and the kinetics is also shown that the PDA nanoparticle is not disturbing the kinetics of the proteins. And after that, we perform the electron microscopy, FESAM and TEM, to check the morphological change in the protein in the presence of the PDA nanoparticles. We find that the PDA nanoparticles are making binding with the proteins and providing a surface, and this is the overall conclusion that the alpha chymotrypsin and PDA nanoparticle are biocompatible to alpha chymotrypsin and stem bromelain are biocompatible to the PDA nanoparticle. They are binding with the PDA nanoparticle at the surface, but the active site is remain intact and not disturbed in the presence of the PDA nanoparticles. That's why the activities remain 100% in case of the both proteins in presence of the PDA nanoparticles. At the last, I acknowledge my my supervisor, Professor P. Venkatesu, UGC for awarding me JRF, and organizing committee of the Sharda University for providing me this opportunity. Thank you.
Please give her a huge round of applause. That was a very precise and informative presentation. Any questions from ma'am?
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Maybe I didn't get exactly what is the role of the nanoparticle, because I've seen your results. You're saying basically mostly the secondary structure, they are maintained, the enzymatic activity, they are maintained, which means basically the nanoparticle did not make them worse, but they didn't improve.
With the help of nanoparticles, we are increasing the stability. We can store the proteins in solution form for longer time.
Yes, yeah, I understand, but you haven't shown any result on stability, right? Did you look at stability?
Yes, sir, we check the influence of how they are going to interact with these proteins.
Okay.
Like they can disturb the structure. All the nanoparticles not biocompatible to every proteins. So we have to optimize that up to which concentration it is maintaining the structure, and after what concentration it will going to disturb the structure, up to which concentration it reduce the aggregation tendency, and after which concentrations it is going to disturb and make some alteration in the secondary structure, and maybe put up the activity of the proteins. That's why we
This I understand very well. You kept everything the same, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
But why do you need the nanoparticle from the beginning? Why do you add the nanoparticle?
Sir, because for drug delivery, for some processes.
Okay, so now,
yes,
now this was not clear because you didn't show any function of the nanoparticle, right?
Yes,
Here
yes,
just you want to show, okay, we can have the nanoparticle.
Okay.
It's not gonna interact negatively, right?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't show me why you have the nanoparticle from the beginning.
Okay, sir. That in that slide that I showed, that application of the enzymes in pharmaceutics, and that's.
Yeah, I understand. But in your result, you didn't look at the drug delivery or whatever function you need for the nanoparticles, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, very interesting talk.
Bindu, one quick question. It's okay, you can continue. Have you published this work?
Yes, sir. Recently.
Next up, we have Ahmed Aminu Ibrahim. Please come on stage.
the able professors and the coordinators, my dear colleague, good afternoon, everyone. I stand here, Ahmad Amin Ibrahim, to present a topic, nitrogen and sulfur dots, carbon dots, optimization of synthetic parameters and evaluation of optical properties, under the supervision of Professor Gita Durgama. Okay, without much wasting of the time, these are the content of what I will be discussing: introduction, the research gap, the objectives, the methodology, and then result and discussion, finally the conclusion. So this is the introduction. As we all know that nanomaterials are the class of the materials with 1 to 1,000 nanometers with unique properties and eco-friendly. So as here, as take part, one of the part of the nanomaterial, which is carbon dot. This is one of the class of the nanomaterials with a size less than 10 nanometer. So, and also in my research, I will focus on the doping of synthetic materials, carbonaceous materials, in order to improve the optical properties of the carbon dots, nanomaterials. These are the objectives of the research: to optimize the synthesis methods in terms of composition, to evaluate the optical properties of the synthesized material, then to characterize the structural properties using FTIR, XPS, and others characterization like morphological characterizations and zeta potential, and others characterization like DLS for charge distribution and the size, and then to utilize the synthesized optimized carbon dot in various biomedical applications. The research gap. What motivated me to do this kind of research is it was observed in so many literatures. Doping of the synthesis of the carbonaceous materials, it led to the improvement of the optical properties of the carbon nanomaterials, and it also led to the improvement of the quantum yield, which whenever there is a high increment or develop improvement in the quantum yield or photoluminescent properties, it leads, there is a promising properties for that potential material to utilize in various biomedical applications. This is the methodology. As I'm saying, I'm synthesizing the synthetic methods in terms of composition. As you can see, I'm going with two techniques, or two of the method of synthesizing nanomaterial, which are hydrothermal method and microwave method. And throughout this synthesis, I maintain the use of water as the solvent. That is here in hydrothermal. And also, I'm saying that in terms of composition, I'm bearing the dopant. As here in this case for the hydrothermal, we go with the nitrogen doped only, and also we go with the nitrogen and sulfur co-doped. So the same thing with microwave. So this is the methods that we apply for the synthesis of the nanomaterials, our carbon dot. After the synthesis of the material, it is important to purify it, as immediately after the synthesis, filtration will come, followed by centrifugation, and then syringe filtration, and also dialysis. So this is how we carry out the experiment. So you can see how this is the setup, this is the centrifuge, and this is the dialysis setup also. This is how we do the syringe filtration as immediately after the centrifuge in order to get the purified carbon dot. So after the synthesis, these are the characterization that I've already mentioned from the objectives: the optical, morphological, structural, and the surface characterization. And immediately when we are talking about these carbon dots materials, they are fluorescence materials. Immediately after the synthesis, we need to check our product, the material synthesized, is it a fluorescence material or not. So we are using UV cabinet to check. As you can see, this is the image of our material under daylight, and this is under long wavelength in order to observe the kind of fluorescence we observe for each material. This is, and as we are saying optimization, that means at the end of this, we are going to select the best reactions among these two techniques. From each technique, as you can see, we are going with 8 reaction. From the hydrothermal method, we go with 4 reactions, which is there is 5:2 and 5:4, which means we double the concentration. And also from that side also. And also again, we are going with 2 dopant. The one that is 5:2, that is 2 dopant, and the one that is 5:2 is 1, that is 3 dopant with sulfur. And then, so how do we optimize? How do we finalize the best reaction among the 8 of the reactions? So first, we have to do optical properties for the synthesis of the materials. So these are the UV results for the 8 reactions, and this is the, and also to get the optimal results, we need to go, since we are saying optical properties, we need to go for the emission also. So this will have the absorption and the emission spectroscopy will help us to find out the best reaction with possible high, with the highest quantum yield. And we can also observe from the emission spectroscopy the kind of reaction that is given the kind of redshift, which is, it is already reported in the literature, the reactions which is given the redshift, and we can also determine the reaction that is given the possible, the best excitation, best emission at the excitation dependence result. And this result is an excitation dependence. It helps us to select the best reaction. As you can see from here, this is MR1, MR4, that is 5:2 and 5:4 reaction. So we selected the MR1, that is 5:2. This is microwave, and this is hydrothermal. Here we select MR. Here this is we are trying to vary the intensity. This is the excitation in order to observe at what excitation we are getting the best emission. That is the reason for this. And this one we are trying to see the one which is having the highest intensity is going to be selected. As you can see, these ones are almost the same, but from the others reaction you can see there is clearly difference between MR2 and MR3, which shows that this is having the highest intensity. That's why it's selected as the best reaction in this case. And in this case also, this one was selected. This one also was selected. So finally, how to again try to defend. Okay, so finally we try to use the quinine sulfate. We also support our experiment, our optimization with the method of determining the quantum yield. That is reference method. We use the standard reference method, that is quinine sulfate. This is the emission and absorption for the quinine sulfate, and we utilize this to find this kind of result. This is the result of the quantum yield for the all reaction, that is 8 reaction, and among, based on the intensity and the quantum yield, we finalize the best 4 reactions, and we try to compare our results. This is the all 8 studies, that is 4 from the hydrothermal, 4 from the microwave synthesis. We compare it with the reported quantum yield in the literatures, and also the various excitation and emission dependence in the literatures with our work, which is, it shows that there is a good result. We obtain the synthesized material with a better result, that having the potential in so many applications. So we now have the materials, we have the potential, we can test so many kind of application as it is already reported in the literature. Carbon dots material are promising in given biomedical application and others material science. Thank you for listening to the presentation.
Thank you, very interesting presentation. What was your starting material? What did you use to make the carbon dot? Is it stearic acid? What exactly?
Actually, the carbonaceous materials is ribose sugar.
Okay. And how much you one issue with this quantum dot is the yield.
Yeah.
You start with 1 gram. Do you know how much quantum dot you make? I mean, what's the concentration in the solution at the end, you know?
Yeah, actually, we have started with, we use 0.3 gram of the precursor, that is the carbonaceous materials, and we vary the dopant. We take it the barriers, like we take, as I'm saying, 5:2. 5:2, it means we take 2 of 5 of the initial decarbonaceous precursor of the dopant. That's how we go with it.
How much quantum that you make at the end?
So up to now, we have already sent the characterization. We have to finalize with them.
After the dialysis and everything.
After the?
Do you make like 100 milligram or 1 milligram or 10 milligrams?
No, we did not.
You didn't. You don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you. It's yeah. I know. I worked with it. It's very difficult.
Laflizer, yeah.
Yeah. But it's good that actually you make it. It's good. Yeah. I can take some freeze dry and send it to you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that presentation. Please give him a round of applause. Next up, we have Usman Mohammed. Okay. Salim Aliyu, please.
Good evening, everyone, respected guests, respected professors, doctors, and my fellow colleagues. My name is Salim Aliyu, Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry. I stand before you this evening to give a brief presentation on the topic, synthesis and evaluation of copper oxide, zinc oxide, and iron oxide nanoparticles derived from ship bases for anti-inflammatory applications. Here are my outlines: objective, methodology, characterization, anti-inflammatory as application, and conclusion. Ship bases are promising frontier in biomedical applications. First of all, I would like to give more light on ship bases and nanomaterials or nanoparticles. Ship bases, from the simplest form, they are imine compounds or compounds derived from the condensation reactions of aldehyde ketones with primary imines. They have gotten significant interest in fields of material sciences, pharmaceutical sciences, because of their great ability in the formation of coordination complexes, as well as synthesis. Here is a simple reaction showing the formation of ship bases. Here are my objectives. Firstly is to synthesize copper oxides, zinc oxide, and iron oxide nanoparticles from metal complexes using the furnace method. Secondly is to characterize and synthesize zinc oxide, copper oxide, and iron oxide nanoparticles using the techniques like UV, FTIR, SEM, and others. Last but not the least is to detect the anti-inflammatory activities of these nanoparticles in comparison with original metal complexes using the Dix diffusion and broth dilution method. Here are my methodology. The synthesis of ship-based derived nanoparticles using autovanillin and L-tryptophan. The ship basis was formed through the condensation reaction of autovanillin and L-tryptophan to form the imine compound. Here is the ship-based compound formed. And ship-base, after it is formed, it is then undergo self-decomposition, self-assembly reaction in reflux to form the ship-base, to form the metal complexes. The metal complexes then undergoes decomposition at high degree Celsius, that is around 650 degrees Celsius, on the muffle furnace to give the corresponding nanoparticle. And this is the summary of how it is from measurement to reflux to the metal furnace and the product as well. Characterization result. This is showing the UV spectra of all the synthesized nanoparticles The first figure is showing UV visible spectra of the iron oxide nanoparticle, which is a broad peak at around 278 nanometer. The second figure is a figure showing UV visible spectra of zinc oxide nanoparticle, showing a sharp peak around 375 nanometers. And the third figure is a figure showing the UV spectra of copper oxide nanoparticle around 277 nanometer. And here the next slide is showing the IR spectra of the synthesized nanoparticle. The figure 4 is showing FTIR spectra of zinc oxide nanoparticle with a centered peak 3,450 per centimeter, which indicate OH bond, OH peak, and around 1,758, a medium peak shows the peak of carbon double bond nitrogen imine bond, and around 632, that is the fingerprint region, we can see the metal oxide peak, which is a very strong, sharp peak. And figure 5 is showing the FTR figure of iron oxide nanoparticle, also having the same OH bond around 3,490, the carbon nitrogen double bond peak, which is a medium peak, around 1,620, and also the metal oxide bond. However, figure 6 is also showing FTR spectra of copper oxide nanoparticle around 3,439 OH bond and medium peak of 1,628 carbon nitrogen double bond, and the fingerprint region showing the carbon oxide bond. This next slide is showing the time figure for zinc oxide nanoparticle, which shows the shape is very spherical with average size of 14 to 20 nanometer. Figure 8 is showing a DLS plot of zinc oxide nanoparticle, which shows size distribution around 300 nanometer as well, with a high intensity of around 50. This slide is showing a statistical result from the Fortune Business Center, showing an anti-inflammatory drug market size in North America. It shows the demand of anti-inflammatory drugs globally. It shows that the global anti-inflammatory drugs market size is around $93.88 billion, and that is around in 2019, and it's projected or estimated to reach $299 billion as at by 2032. This means that anti-inflammatory drugs are consuming high amount of money. That means they are highly demanded globally around the world. As such, here is also a bar chart showing how these drugs are consumed yearly. In 2016, 2017, and 2019, we can see that we have considerable increase of this demand of drugs up to 41.39%, and shows by 2027, this percentage is going to increase to a high amount or high level. That means that the demand of this drug is highly considerable. The anti-inflammatory drugs, as advised by many governments, they are advised to be using the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs over opioid because they are more safe. As such, I developed interest because I have understood that this inflammation as a disease or as a dysmenorrhea, it has to be cured. And the demand for the curing means the demand for medicine or drugs. This drug has to be synthesized in different ways, in different formats, and in different fashions. NSAID, that is non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, were primarily used and also more advised by agencies over the opioid. And in more developed world or more modern world, now nanomaterials are incorporated. As such, I am trying to use my nanoparticles to see if they can inhibit this inflammation. Inflammation is a natural disease in the body or a natural mechanism of the body to respond to injury or pain. Any pain we pain due to injury is due to inflammation, making the body red and so on.
Yes, Salim, you have 1 more minute to finish your presentation.
Okay. So this is a UV spectra showing the protein denaturation assay, which I use BSA, that is bovine serum albumin, as the standard, and also use my nanomaterial to see if they can inhibit the absorption of this bovine serum albumin. Here is the absorption of a different concentration of my iron oxide nanoparticles. Second figure is showing the UV spectra of UV for the absorbent in comparison with the BSA, and we can see they are inhibiting gradually. However, I also try to use the emission spectra, that is PL intensity, to see what is happening. At 337 wavelength, nanometer wavelength, we can see this is the BSA, and my nanoparticles are also inhibiting gradually. At 500,000 absorbance or emission, we can see that this high concentration is giving double peak at around 337 and 466. That means at a very high concentration of my nanoparticle, they can inhibit and also react with the BSA to form more complexes. As well, figure 8 is also showing the PL spectra of inflammatory activity of zinc oxide nanoparticle, showing similar fashion, but at such 100 microliter concentration, it is giving another peak at around 504 nanometer wavelength. This is the UV visible spectra of anti-inflammatory activity of copper oxide nanoparticle, showing similar fashion. And we can compare this their percentage inhibition. We can see that iron oxide nanoparticle with percentage inhibition of 75, and zinc oxide nanoparticle with percentage inhibition of 60, and copper oxide nanoparticle with percentage inhibition of 45. Iron oxide nanoparticle having higher percentage inhibition. That means it can cure inflammatory diseases more than the remaining synthesized nanoparticles. In conclusion, I can say that I have successfully synthesized zinc oxide nanoparticles, iron oxide nanoparticles, copper oxide nanoparticles derived from sheet bases, and also have characterized them with different methods of characterization. Thank you.
Do we have a question?
So thank you for this nice presentation. Do you think your system is new?
Sir?
Do you think that your system, whatever you are presenting here, it's a new?
New. Actually, I have not seen papers doing such. I only follow the trend they are following. Only non-steroidal drugs are the drugs most commonly in the hospitals, but as now we want to incorporate sheet-basis derived nanoparticles to see if they can also act as anti-inflammatory drugs.
So could we consider this as a review article type of things where you done literature point of view?
Yes, of course, sir.
Thank you.
Please give him a round of applause, everyone. That's his original work for confirmation. Okay, next up we have Usman Muhammad Aliu.
Is it here?
It's on this one. This shouldn't. Oh God, did he remove the pen drive?
Since I did Hello everyone, good afternoon my able professors the distinguished guests, and my colleagues. Good afternoon. My name is Usman Muhammad Aliyu, MSc second year chemistry student in the Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry, School of Basic Science and Research, Sharda. I'm here with the presentation on computational studies on hydrogen and halogen bonding on dye-substituted Borazin water system. Okay. First, I would like with the few introduction on the topic. Okay. Hydrogen bonding occurs when hydrogen is bonded, covalently bonded to electronegative group and interact with highly electron withdrawing group, which is electron rich pair. And also halogen bonding is a non-covalent type of interaction involving electrophilic region of the halogen atom and the highly electron rich group species. The research problem. In literature, the benzene has been a considerable interest when discussing halogen or non-covalent interaction involving pi system and water. So how this analog of Borazin is behaving in such kind of situation? So we will investigate the behavior of this system using non-covalent interaction. And hydrogen bonds and other halo interactions such as halogen bonding compete and coexist in a situation where they can compete or they can coexist together to form a weak interaction. So we will assess their behavior in these systems. And here is the objective of the research: to analyze the nature and strengths of the non-covalent interaction by atom in molecule and natural bond analysis theory, and also to investigate the electronic property using the molecular electron property methods, and also to compose the energy into various components: electrostatic, dispersive, induction, using the symmetry adaptive perturbation theory methods. Here is the methodology. We use the density functional theory method. Why? Because density functional theory method is using the electron density correlation to highly optimize the structure with high accuracy and consistency. And also, density functional theory is using the electron exchange correlation. This electron exchange correlation is taking into account the electron-electronic interaction. That is why it's highly efficient and accurate method in optimizing and calculating the energy of a molecules. Then we use the Gaussian basis set, Gaussian split basis set, 6 cores for the inner electrons, 3 cores for the outer electrons, and is diffused and polarized. We took the diffused basis set because we want to see the how the wave function of one monomer is interacting with the wave function of another monomer. And the polarizability is due to the environmental impact of the molecule in which it is taken into. Okay? And we use the basis set superposition error in our calculation, because while calculating the energy, the wave function of one monomer is taking effect onto another monomer. So we have to ghost one wave function of one monomer with the other so as to get the accurate result. These are the optimized structures that we got. This is the 9 set that we took from the set of all the data to represent the high volume of data that we have to take the general consideration. So we use non-covalent interaction analysis in observing and accurately quantifying our weak interaction. Here we can see in the chart, we have 3 regions, the blue region and the green and the red. Young et al. Provided this system easily so we can understand this interaction with high accuracy and precision. Because in the strong repulsion, we have the red region, and the green, which is the bond wall interaction, and the blue, which is the hydrogen and halogen and other weak interaction region. And you can see the spikes in the reduced density gradient graph, which is the function of electron density. And in our result, you will see how this NCR analysis is giving the information. Here is the result of some of the selected few dimers that we have selected from the set of all the data that we have. You can see this is the chlorinated substituted chlorine on benzene at the 1,3 position of the Borazin system, in which there is one peak, one spike at the region, at this region, which is bluish green, signifying a very little weak interaction of hydrogen bonding formed by this Borazin water system that we have. And this is the bond fat that we have calculated. This is the fat of the bond, and this is the BCP. And the BCP is the equilibrium position in which a bond has been occurred. At this position, you understand the electronic density that has been formed during this interaction. And this is in other structure, other case, you will also see a highly dense spike here, which signifying this interaction is a little bit longer, a little bit higher than the first interaction. And you can see it is BCP, how it is coming, and the bond fat also. And this is the isosurface analysis, which showing the interaction. This is the weak interaction formed, and this is other weak interaction formed, and this is the repulsive attraction in the middle of the ring due to the repulsive terms of the electrons inside the ring. And this is the topological parameters at the BCP points. First, we have the electron density, and we have the Laplacian density, and we have the kinetics energy density, and also the potential energy density, and this is the ionization energy density of the complex. And also we have the energy, stabilization energy, which is used as in quantifying the energy as weak.
Yes, Usman, you have 1 more minute.
Okay.
Complete.
We use this energy to quantify the interaction as a weak, middle, or strong interaction. And we have a nice curve generated using ionization energy as a function, as in the y-axis, x-axis, sorry, is the distance of separation between the donor and the acceptor of the hydrogen atom. And also we use energy composition analysis in composing the various energy in the system, which is given the electrostatic component, exchange component, and induction, and also dispersive component. And this is the total shaft analysis documented at high level shaft theory, symmetry, adaptive partition theory. And we have, in all this system, you will see that the electrostatic interaction has a dominant fat, which implying that all the system is being, the interaction is based on hydrogen bonding interaction. None is formed by halogen interaction, because if halogen interaction is forming, you will see the dispersive energy has a highest value, which is different in this case. And we have this composition statistical bar chart, which you can see clearly. This is the electrostatic interactions energy that has been decomposed by shaft analysis, and it will tell you how much the contribution from electrostatic interaction you will see. So, and this is the BE and the VE from shaft, and this is calculated by Ememian energy composition also. Thank you for listening. And I highly acknowledge Sharda and also my supervisor for this timeless effort and work.
Thank you, Usman, for
Thank
that
you.
very comprehensive presentation. Does anyone have any questions? Sir?
No. Usman, thank you. It's a last presentation. So I believe that it is not list at least. We are coming presentation, too many good presentation in coming time. Only one question, maybe suggestion also. As I have already told you, you are working this work with any supervisor.
Yes.
So in place of giving thanks in last one slides, it is always better if you write in front page that you are working with the supervisor.
It's
Okay?
omission.
So this is for all students. Another one thing is that whatever I am missing in almost all slides, if you all people put slide number, then it's easy for us. Us means those who are going to ask question. We do not remember in which slide we are going to ask question. So it is for all of you, not for particularly you. So these are two my suggestions, and it's of course a nice presentation. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you all.
Please give him a round of applause, everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we are done with our presentations. That was a very wonderful and insightful session with insights from our session chair. I would like to request Sir SSBSR Dean, Professor Samal Kumar Banerjee, sir, to please felicitate the session chair, Professor Dr. P.K. Singh, sir. Please, sir. Everyone, please a round of applause. Keep the applause coming, please. That was all for the technical sessions. Now we move on to the cultural part of our program today. The culture of a nation is the sum total of its life, its language, its literature, its art, its music, its philosophy, and its value. Greetings to the dignitaries, participants, and students present here. It is time for us to move on to the more relaxed and entertaining segment of the evening. I, Manya Srivastav, welcome all of you back to the conference, to the cultural program. First up, we have a solo performance by MSc Chemistry student.
I think let me conclude this session also, because that one means in 005, this one is the, you can say, end of session by very nice presentation. So that one is my prime duty as a, you can say, chairperson or any one person. At least I have to give concluding marks. So in this all 005, I think from my own side, I don't know your opinion about that one. It's a complete presentation point, but it's a complete presentation. If you are going to, there is a, you can say, I am not sure about invited talks and other things, but there are 12 presentations so far in 005, and out of 12 presentations, if 9 are successfully held, it means our success ratio is nearly 70%. So give big round of applause for yourself for nice presentation, whatever you have capability. The another thing is that in this session, what I observed, if for any person, any new person, if he or she is going to write a paper, scientific paper I am talking about, he is starting with introduction, maybe synthesis, characterization and application. Particularly on these 3 titles, this session is perfect, because here we have already listened some presentation which is synthesis of nanomaterials, quantum dots. Maybe some presenter, I don't know her name, she has presented natural things, T. When you are going to make a composite with natural kind of things, of course the importance of such kind of materials is going to enhance. And we are serving in a society where need biodegradable materials are nature-friendly material. So synthesis, we have already got many presentation here. Characterization, of course, I am little bit I am going to congratulate all of our own PhD presentation or maybe UG and master presentation for their nice characterization. Because as a researcher, we feel that if you have a synthesis, laboratory is here. Apart from that one, if you have a characterization tools, and if you have successfully applied something to make device, like there are some presentation where some people have also presented sensor type of material or sensor which is developed. Some person maybe he is presenting supercapacitor performance. It shows the capability of our own research. And from our own side, means as a chair session, we are always sitting there just to push you up, not going to ask hazardous question which is going to harm you. If I am going to ask, it is from literature or it is from your own work, you have courage because you have done this work here in Sharda University. So we believe that everybody who is present here, he or she has already enjoyed with presentation. And from, you can say, from chairman's side, I believe that this one is a very good session. So I must congratulate all presenter here. Out of 12, 9 who have presented here, they must congratulate. And I think we must give a big round of applause for all presenters here. Thank you very much.
जी सर साउंड चेक डन sound check okay I welcome I hope everyone is wide awake, relaxed, and with a full stomach. I request all of you to be present here in the cultural program with all your mind and heart. Our first performance of the day is by my senior, Miss Anandita from MSc Chemistry. Please welcome her with a round of applause. It was a wonderful, wonderful performance. Please give her a round of applause, please. Next up, we have Ms. Prathama Deb from BSc Life Sciences presenting a semi-classical dance. She has danced since she was a freshers here at Sharda from the orientation. So it has been a big step for her. Please give her a round of applause. Next up is a very special performance from our international student, Abdurrahman Said Baba. He's going to sing a song. So please be quite cheerful. Come on, let's hear it.
Barkanmu dai. Barkanmu dai. Hello everyone. सभी को नमस्कार. मेरा नाम अब्दुल. मैं नाइजीरिया से हूँ. मैं गाना के लिए आया हूँ. आया. Okay. Yeah, just background music. Ashkey 2. Ashkey 2. No, but it is not the one. You got it? How? Very good. हम तेरे बिना अब रह नहीं सकते, तेरे बिना क्या जूद मेरा। हम तेरे बिना अब रह नहीं सकते, तेरे बिना क्या जूद मेरा। तुझसे जुदा अगर हो जाएंगे तो खुद से ही हो जाएंगे जुदा। क्योंकि तुम ही हो, अब तुम ही हो जिंदगी, अब तुम ही हो जानूंगी। तेरा मेरा रिश्ता है के एक पल जूर गहार नहीं, तेरे लिए हर रोज़ है तीजे, तुझको दिया मेरा वक्त सगी कोई लम्हो मेरा मौ, तेरे बिना हर सांस बुना मुचरा। अब तुम ही हो, क्योंकि तुम ही हो जिंदगी, अब तुम ही हो जानूंगी। मेरा वक्त की मेरी आशिकी, अब तुम ही हो। तेरे लिए है जिया में खुजूं, है जिया में थोनी बफानी मुझको तुम्हारा, तेरी हमारी दूसरी का।
Thank you, Syed Baba. That was really wonderful. This was also the song he sung at his freshers, if I'm not wrong. So please, once again, a huge round of applause, please. Yeah, sure, why not? Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have a solo performance of Miss Meenakshi from the Department of Life Sciences. Please welcome her with a round of applause. Thank you, Meenakshi. That was a very energetic performance. Now, since there have been so many dances and literature includes a part of our culture, so today I'll present a poem which I wrote yesterday, embodying the spirit of this conference, which was sustainability. So here it is. Dearest readers, today I'll say words that I won't mince. We talk about science, we talk about innovation, we talk about collaboration. A soul, not a part of the rat race, is highly rare. But today, I'll give you a reality you only dream but never dare. When the rainbow of colors was set aside, physics with the space and cosmos took blue as its bride. Elements of surprise, compounds of curiosity, and reactions of wonder, chemistry chose the growth of green to be its thunder. With every cell a stanza, every organism a verse, and ecosystems in harmony, biology laid its claim on mahogany. Physics will unravel the secrets, they said. Chemistry will create the tricks, they said. Biology will mediate the risk, they said. Decades passed and the earth heard of its woeful past. Physics cheered for Hiroshima. Chemistry killed the dreams of Chernobyl. And biology, the oldest of them all, built the pandemic of COVID. For a moment, close your eyes and let me take you back to the roots of nature, to the time when innovations were on rise, when we were still deciding the names for nomenclature. Brown was the color of the soil, dark blue was for the oceans, light blue for the sky. But above all, deep red was the color of humanity, which has now turned to rust in vanity. To the one who wanted to build a rocket to Mars, to the one who wanted to be a Nobel laureate, to the one who loved the mysteries of the Andromeda and the stars, to the one who had a game plan for a time machine to create, to that child in each and every one of us, I call forth, because she is the only one who knows her home's worth. Remember that you are forever capable, but never, ever forget to be sustainable. Earlier, it used to be a request, but in this moment, it has to be a conquest. Do not dull the shine of the planet you call Mother, because she is the only one who nurtures us like no other. Thank you. Next up on stage, we'll have the group dance of girls of MSc Chemistry and Biochemistry. Please welcome them with a round of applause. That was a wonderful, wonderful end to our cultural program. Now I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. Richa Tomar ma'am. Ma'am, please.
So now we all will have tea break. You want to come back? We'll meet tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we'll start our sessions tomorrow morning again. So we have tea now. So thank you for joining today. I request you all to join tomorrow morning. वही बोल रही हूँ sir. Tomorrow morning sharp at 9:30 a.m. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the beautiful morning tomorrow sharp at 9:30 a.m. here itself. Thank you so much. Have a good night and beautiful